Yeah? Yeah. Hopefully the bot's working. Hopefully you can concentrate on managing the chat. But hopefully the bot's working. Hopefully you can. Hopefully you guys can manage the chat. Because if you haven't noticed, one thing I've been tracking, and this is, by the way, hello to everyone who's now listening to us on YouTube and on Twitch, and hello everyone. Um, the numbers of people turning up for the lives on a Sunday have been rising up quite steeply recently. We haven't had a single Sunday which hasn't had over 1,400 viewers for a live now for about 8 weeks. And some of them have been approaching 2,000 listening in live and getting higher. So hello everyone. I didn't realise we were becoming that much part of everyone, so many people's Sundays. Having seen what's on television, I can understand it. But the fact that that is not a low bar for us to, that is not a particularly high bar, I mean, for us to have to cross to be more interesting than what's on Sunday night television. It seems to be mostly people killing each other and crying about it. And I thought, at least, if you're gonna, I thought, in the way they always structure them, there was some of these sort of secret long-term planning murder sessions. I'd have thought, considering the sheer amount of effort and energy you've put into actually killing this person, you'd actually be happy you accomplished it for at least a couple of minutes before the sadness took over. The amount of effort you've put into it. Or is that just me, overthinking these things? Also, my poodle has officially managed to... Yeah, my poodle has managed to break the cable from my headphones, just a bit of the plastic which holds them together. So I'm going to have to glue that. He's wagging his tail at this thought and thinking he's done a good thing, because he's hearing himself being discussed. So he thinks immediately he's done a good thing and deserves biscuits and something. But actually, no, he's been breaking stuff. Which is normal for him. It is. Now, if anyone can hear, hopefully, because I've resynced it, because I noticed everything was listed as working, but it wasn't working, so I've resynced Discord and OBS. Hopefully you can hear who's on the panel this evening. I'm fairly sure there's a Foxo there, because I can hear her giggling. There's a dragon there, I'm certain, because where there's a Foxo, there's very rarely not a dragon. There's a Dan there, I know, and there's a Runon there. Depends. Did we sink it with the ocean floor? Give the seabeds enough time, yes. It looks like we're already getting some current questions coming in. Regan Bender 5712. Actually, honestly, I'm not going to say this. Can we answer that question now? Because I can answer that straight off for you. If the UK in 2000 decided to keep the third carrier, would they have fitted, or could they have refitted one of the Invincibles into an F-35B carrier? Actually, better than that. Because of the amount of money paid to delay the build of the Queen Elizabeth class, because of the amount of money spent on that, you could have actually built 3.5 Queen Elizabeth class vet ships. Because once you take out the research and development funding, and then you put the money paid to the yards, including the sums paid to the yards to slow down the building, you could actually have built a third Queen Elizabeth class. So your pounds, your tax pounds, have paid for the equivalent of 3.5 Queen Elizabeth class today to get delivered. I'm going to try and do it sort of this way. 3.5 Queen Elizabeth class, and you've got 2. Because they decided it was cheaper for them short term to pay to delay the entry in of the Queen Elizabeth class than it was for them to come into service and then to actually have to pay to run them. So, yes. You could have, so nicest way, you didn't need to convert the Invincible class into an F-35B carrier. You paid for a third Queen Elizabeth class, you just ain't getting it. and that is one of the packs I have most fun with at parties. No, I should admit that I don't pull those facts out at parties which are not full of normal people. It's where there's defense geeks. It causes fun. That's I do. I go to a lot of parties with normal people. Believe it or not, I can be quite a semi-normal person when I want to be. Dan will testify. I can pass as normal. Yes, but like Jack O'Neill, I too have hobbies that can pass for normal in other areas. He would like to go fishing. Trouble is, every time he went fishing, the world seemed to end, so he never got to go fishing. Occasionally, he was seen coming back from fishing, but usually whenever they started off an episode with Jack's trying to go fishing, you just knew you were in for an episode where Jack was not going to get to go fishing. His own pond his own pond around his house prior to one of the sort of time travel episodes didn't have fish in it. After the episode, it did have fish in it. Apparently, it still isn't coming through on stream for some reason.
Isn't coming through on stream.
All of you.
Oh.
How's that?
Sounds
Would it be because we're not talking?
Foxo, that's the thing is, we always know you are the silent but deadly one of the group. You're the one who, when she speaks, is going to command absolute attention.
I don't like being described the same way that you describe parts.
Yeah.
Silent but deadly.
To be fair, look, you are not the woman in my life who's got the most to be embarrassed by about my moment. I'm not sure what happened last night, but I have to say to Keith Urban, if any of his people are ever watching this channel, I'm sorry for what my sister and my cousins got up to. I apologize now. I have no idea, but all I know is that they keep giggling about when you were on stage, and apparently you were brilliant, and they had a lot of fun. I have no more information than that, but they keep giggling in a way which makes me very suspicious about what happened. So I apologize now unreservedly. I do not know what I'm apologizing for, but I think it's probably needs to be said.
I feel there are quite a lot of I'm a Dr. Jim, not a that should be made at this point.
I was not there. Also, the fact that half of them keep calling him Keith Urbane rather than Keith Urban also probably deserves something to be worried about.
I mean, I just worry about the whole thing, but
Yeah.
I think I got dragged to one. Okay, it was a folk festival rather than a country festival. I was lied to. I was told it would be a beer festival, and whilst technically there was beer there, there was far too much folk type music for my taste.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I don't have anything against folk music. I'm from the non-musical bit of my family.
Who dragged you there claiming it was a beer festival? Was it your dad?
No, it was my parents. It was friends. It was in Southend. It was...
Because it sounds like something your dad would do to you. Trick you into going
No,
to those things. Your dad does have a bit of a sense of humour on him, which I like his sense of humour. I can follow that. I do similar things to my friends. I trick them into going to places.
No, he dragged me to opera far too often as a child.
I tricked you all into going to Sasebo just for the burgers.
I could live with going to Sasebo. It was a nice place, and it meant that we got to tick off another island.
Yes.
Knight, I hate to disturb and completely shake your worldview and trust in humanity, but Dragon is in the chat.
Dragon is, yes.
Yes.
Dragon is
And
looking forward with
I
bated
literally-
breath. Is with holding himself back with bated breath, waiting for your information that you've gathered from social media about Azur Lane today. He really cannot hold himself back in so much trepidation.
language, Montana, especially this early in the stream.
I was literally the one who reminded Fox of, oh, hey, did you want to join Bruships today?
Okay. So Wayne hasn't sent us so much a question. He's just sent us a reminder that there's fighting in the Khyber Pass right now. This is not surprising. Fighting in the Khyber Pass is one of those things that takes place. It never really sort of stops. At certain levels, it's just fighting between some of the locals just being annoyed with each other, and they're never quite sure which side of the border they started from. And sometimes, theoretically, national bodies get involved. But again, some of their units are interesting.
It's certain places seem people tend to fight over the same places.
Yeah,
The
the Khyber Pass is one of those places that people fight over because it allows you to get other places.
Yeah, it's a bit like the bits of Flanders where, and kind of that bit of Belgium, France stuff where, Ypres, Passchendaele, all that happened. It was where the British fought quite a bit in Normandy in 1944. It was where they were fighting in 1940. It was where they were fighting things like Agincourt.
Yeah.
It's kind of and with that one, it makes me feel like it's kind of a case of, well, we've got the maps for it at least. So that's something, and we know where the good camping spots are.
Yes, we did.
And the other one, of course, is Thermopylae.
It's the fact that there are quite a few complaints from some of my contemporaries about their medieval history, battlefield history has been ruined by World War I artillery.
Foxo, you may be breathing slightly into the mic.
Okay.
I think she's just giggling because she's just imagining the fact that there are literally medieval period archaeologists who are wanting to have arguments with World War I historians about the fact that the World War I historians' artillery has mucked up their archaeology.
No, I'm more annoyed. I'm still annoyed at the Royal Navy for the bombardment of Jutland and the bombardment of north of Copenhagen, where they destroyed a castle that dated all the way back to the Christianization of Norway.
Yeah. The Norway has been helping. The Royal Navy has been helping with redevelopment for a very long time. They have been providing developers with a free, in fact, sometimes, and even a tax-deductible opportunity for redevelopment for many, many years. They've been helping the world with this.
Oh, don't talk to me about taxes. I have to run my taxes to my accountant today.
Right. Just a quick sort of heads up for those. I can't announce why, but me and Garist, Britt, and Fleet are all gonna be in Rotterdam in around the last weekend in May. Just gonna quickly do these sort of announcements now before we get into the questions massively. And so that's gonna be. We're going to be there from roughly the 28th of May to the 1st of June. And then me and Track and a whole load of others, including Dr. Dan, are going to be up in Leeds on roughly the 5th and 6th of June. So at the Royal Armouries. So there are links to that in that conference, and I think there's still tickets going for that conference. I can't announce yet why we're in Rotterdam, but we're going to be in there for fun, and we're going to be able to spend a lot of time hopefully with people saying hello if anyone wants to come see us.
It's because of the beautiful South song, isn't it?
Yes. Don't get me started. Garrus is planning the accommodations. I'm scared.
Okay, you're staying somewhere exciting.
Yeah, he has the places he sent me a list of the places he's turned down, and I was going, so converted World War II bunkers, all these things, they're not good enough. You found somewhere better. Okay, you are freaking me out, man. You are freaking me out.
I was a little freaked out between two friends.
I don't think we're going to be fundraising for either of those trips because, for various reasons, we don't need to fundraise for those trips, thankfully. We are going to be probably fundraising for Falklands later on in the year. because despite it only being about £1,500 if we have to pay, and probably hopefully we're going to get, because of what reason we're going to Falklands, a reduction that £1,500 return tickets. There are lots of things we want to do down there in the Falklands, so we will probably be fundraising for that, but that will not be probably anywhere on the scale of our previous fundraising efforts, because it's just not going to be in that cost bracket. It's just not, because of the things we're doing, and that's going to be fun.
Just to clarify for those of us at home, you are talking under the scale, smaller scale, correct?
A lot,
Oh.
yes. I did a tally the other day, and even if I have to pay for everything at full price, which I've been confidently told, because of the reason we're going down there, which is to do with us organising the 45th anniversary conference, which all the announcements are going to take place next year, and the reason we're going down there is a fact-finding trip for the conference. There's a lot of people down in the Falklands who are very keen, those who know, who are very keen on us doing that conference. And I'll basically have gone, okay, well, if you're coming down, we'd like to show you around this bit. And we're going, yes. And, okay, how much is that going to cost us? And they're going, well, when you organise it, we'll talk about the price. And so basically, I have budgeted and worked out a budget of us paying everything. However, I have a strong suspicion we are probably going to get the mates rates. That's my suspicion. I'm not banking on that. But also, I won't say no to people's generosity if that allows me to lower down the price for everyone, and we can therefore make it more affordable for us to go and make the fundraising target that much smaller. Because let's put it this way: if it's
the fact I was planning on having a 1-to-1 replica of HMS Fearless built.
No, that's entirely coming out of your bank balance. Okay, I'm not fundraising for that. Okay, you can talk with Michael Clarke about that. He will help you with fundraising for that.
Now, I'm certain that any of our viewers who may or may not be in South America generally or Argentina specifically are most interested to learn if we are going to go to the secret Royal Navy fleet carrier printing factory.
No, but I'm hoping to get us a stop off at Ascension on the way down and the way back. And if I can swing it, I'd like to get us some time in Ascension. If I can swing it, we will get a stop in Ascension on the way down and a stop in over Ascension on the Azores on the way back, so we can test out both the stopping spots used by the fleet. Which would be that'd be such a terrible thing, won't it, Dan? To have to stop off in Ascension Island and the Azores. And possibly go see where Napoleon was imprisoned and all these things.
I've heard good things about the spearfishing off Ascension Island. Did we tell Drac? Will that mean yet more stuff he brings with him?
He's already talking about bringing full plate armor and being photographed jumping out of a helicopter wearing it. Yeah.
Yes. The idea is that instead of trying to fit that into his normal luggage, he'll just wear that on, and then smile sweetly at the Gurkha security guards. I
want pictures of him on that Voyager aircraft wearing that. If he's going to wear that down, I want pictures of him wearing that on the Voyager aircraft.
Okay, Drac does understand that if he does that, and I think if pretty much half of Shipshape is able to attend, regardless of whether or not I'm able to make it down there, the pictures that are taken are going to be memed to death.
Yes.
You know, when you mainline one development track in Civilization. and you know, Dragon, am I wrong?
No, actually, Carrot, don't worry. It's not me you have to warn about, and the Shipshape crew, it's not me you have to warn about licking wallpaper and licking random things. Dan will tell you who you have to warn about licking random things. It's not me.
Please tell me that wasn't Fleet.
No, it's it's the chemists who need special signs that you know, like, have you seen the thing which is kind of chemistry or different sciences? Should I lick it?
It's Boom Boom, Dan, and Drac, who are the two who like to taste things.
So what I'm hearing is that Drac is probably an exceptional engineer in civil engineering.
Yes. Exceptional, definitely. Okay, 80, let's get on the questions, because we've been wandering enough, but it's worthwhile wandering, because as I said, I wanted to make those announcements, and I hope to see a lot of people in Rotterdam. It'd be a lot of fun if there's a lot of people
gives people time to turn up.
there. Yeah. That's the thing, is that you say, even the things we're doing, we'll probably be doing some more things in the evenings, etc., for people to come see us if they want to, and I think the strange thing is Drac's actually not going to be far away from us. Drac's, though, going to be besieging a castle somewhere in Belgium. As is normal with him. That's what he sometimes spends his summer doing. But he's sieging castles in Belgium. You know.
The Germans would like to point out that if you use the gliders properly, you do not need to besiege the things. You'd simply point the flamethrower at them.
No, he's merely trying to work out if he can make Greek fire safe for use in a medieval reenactment. I love my friend. He have you had these phone calls from Drac yet? Of when he calls up and goes, "So I'm going up to do this. I've got some spare armor. Do you fancy joining us?"
No, I haven't, but it might appeal. I'm just going to grab a glass of water. Oh.
Also, Doc, I have, for the first time in a long time, sent you a stream together link.
Oh, cool.
/invite/ whatever it's called.
Yes, and we will do it. Getting started.
The Algo gods.
And yes, that should all be good. May the almighty Galgo gods be happy and be praised.
Make Greek fire. No. Okay, C4 is safe. You can cook over top of C4 until you throw a detonator in it. Yes, but it won't explode.
Okay. Right. 8420. Through some miracle, the IJA forces China's surrender by August 1939. How does this impact US, UK, French, Japan relations and the Japanese inter-service rivalry? Does this pit Japan against the USSR? It probably does. Hello.
Is he being a pain?
Yes, but, you know, he's basically just demanding he wants all biscuits all the time and he's patting me on the head.
Well,
How was Keith Urban?
Keith Urban was fine.
Have you apologised to him for what you did to him?
I didn't realise I was mispronouncing him so many times.
Okay.
I have no idea why. And why did you have to say that on live on?
Look, I wasn't the one who went away. I was here the whole time with you. I stayed home. I didn't go anywhere. You're not supposed to be this amorous towards me.
I can't find any of the biscuit piles I left. How many biscuits?
They were well-behaved fluffs, so they got biscuits. And I had no trouble from them at all.
They're going to be podgy. They're going to be podgy.
Go on, go with your sister.
I'm obligated to point out that, well, first I need to ask a question before I point out what I think to be true. You're talking about the American country music singer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hearing him being called Keith Urban
That way.
is physically painful.
Do not ask me what they got up to. I cannot tell you. All I know is they keep giggling about it.
Politely ruin on a skill issue.
It could just be that you Brits are wrong.
Right then. Yes, now let's get
Not
back.
my fault you can't speak your own language.
Let's get back to
I can speak language. You apparently
The trouble is they can't speak English, so they can't speak our language. They're just speaking whatever Americanese. Actually, I would say no. It's one of the things I find in America. The different accents really do make a difference in terms of the language they speak. There are some who speak English very much close to English. And then there are the ones who speak their own entire version of a language, which I swear is only distantly related to English.
Florida, I think, now has a codified dialect.
Hmm?
Florida now has a distinct dialect. There's this area in Florida.
Yeah.
It was when I was driving in Louisiana and
Poor man.
listening to the radio. This was driving from Shreve Pit to
Stafford,
New
do not
Orleans.
put that
Shreveport.
idea in my head. Do not put that image in my head. I did not need that. Stafford, no. Bad Stafford. Bad Stafford. No. 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 They're my relatives. No. I don't want that image in my head. Oh, good lord.
Yeah, it was listening to the kind of Cajun
Back in a second.
radio station where they were just going between. For want of a better term for it, we'll call it French. We just hope that the Académie Française don't hear me say that, otherwise I will
Creole
be banned.
is the word you're looking for.
Yeah.
It's,
And
it's not French. It's Creole.
yeah, and English. They were just slipping between the two mid-sentence, which, as somebody who speaks English and understands a smidge of French, was freaky.
Oh, you're on.
It was just freaky.
But was it on a Friday?
No, I don't think so. I don't actually remember when it was. This was January, maybe February 2004.
Yeah. But
This was a long time ago.
No, Stafford, I don't want to know, Stafford. I don't want to know. Okay, let's go back to the naval history questions. Let's go to a safer space than what Stafford's suggesting. My sister and a whole load of my cousins who I've grown up with and consider basically sisters to have been doing, apparently according to him, might have been doing the show. Also, that would actually explain why they said they managed to move rows between one row at the back and a row at the front in different contexts. I will say this: they said the Springsteen girl, I'm not sure what her first name was very, very good. They were all very, very happy to see her. She was apparently very good. Anyway, I merely asked, is she a relative of Springsteen, the rock and roll singer? Apparently she's not. Apparently she's not connected at all. But, you know. Anyway, 8420. Through some miracle, the IJA forces China to surrender by August 1929. How does it impact US, UK, French, Japanese relations and Japanese inter-service rival? Well, it makes the army feel very, very godlike. It probably means they are going to focus on Russia because they have a massive border with them. And honestly, considering some of the other things you find in China and the captured market that generates for them, whilst it's going to annoy the US, UK, and France, I don't think they're going to declare war over it. They've got other things going on that they're building up their forces for. Also, let's be honest, capturing the whole of China is going to be an absolute pain to continue to secure and keep hold of, even if you do get it, and that means you're going to be pretty much neutered as far as foreign policy is concerned, unless it's something along the border of China where you've got forces.
It would be interesting to see if in September, with the Soviet-German invasion of Poland, if Japan, with an army that is flying super, super high on its own supply, basically,
Yeah,
goes and says, well, you know, we have a
stopped
casus
selling them
belli.
opium like years before that, I'm sure.
We have a casus belli now to attack and invade Russia and take some of that rich. Actually, did they know how much material was in Siberia at that
they
point?
were already at war with them at that point. They were losing that war, though, and that's what they had. Stalin waited till he had the peace deal with the Japanese through and signed, and then he invaded Poland.
On the other hand, though, now if they've managed to secure China early in 39, and all of a sudden now they're sending much more of the IJA, that front's not going to be fun for anyone.
Also, potentially, they're also sending a whole load of Chinese drafted troops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, considering their human wave tactics, will be a good way to get rid of a load of Chinese.
Would they potentially get? This is going to be really weird. The German trained Chinese troops to fight the Soviets. because the Soviets are too busy invading Poland in concert with the Germans.
Well, I don't know if the Soviets would actually invade Poland until they got that peace treaty to start with the Japanese.
Would they risk?
Wait. By what time is China falling
August.
over to Japan?
1st of
August.
August 1939.
Yeah.
Then the German train divisions don't really matter.
No.
Because they've all been mulched. They get mulched after the Marco Polo Bridge incident.
I thought
Attempting
there
to
was
defend Beijing.
No, because there were some which were trashed by what's his name? Vinegar Joe Stilwell in Burma, weren't there? There was still some well-trained units that apparently got mishandled there, so they might still be around. I don't know.
I don't know if they were those divisions though, because from what I've listened to, those did get division pretty much annihilated because they were misused around Beijing.
Because I thought these were from after that, because that was in 37. These, I was thinking about. I thought they had some which were trained up after that as well. So that might have been a first loss. Then that would certainly make sense. They might have then had a second wave of them.
Oh, Lewis Mitchell, that's exactly what the Soviet machine guns did. That's why the Japanese kept losing. And Soviet armor in 1939 was superior to Japanese armor in 1939.
That's because they had some?
No, they both had some. It's just one actually could actually use it en masse, and one was using it as something else, realistically.
Yeah.
Japanese armor doctrine was disturbingly similar to British armored infantry doctrine, or rather the infantry tanks that the British Army were using. But whereas the British infantry tanks were these armoured colossuses which were designed to take a massive amount of damage and keep on working, but could only go very slowly, the Japanese hadn't built them like that because they didn't have the infrastructure or industry to do that.
And you don't really want to take a Churchill into northern China.
No, it would be fun
There's not
though
the
to see you
infrastructure
try.
for it.
It'd be fun to see you try. You'd end up having to build a lot of infrastructure. You would literally go, we've wrecked another bridge, build a new one. So how fast is our advance going at? Well, it's going at advance of that bricklayer, because that's the fastest brickie we have. So he's currently more important than every general.
To be fair, that is probably still slightly faster than a Churchill.
Yes, that's why the Churchills could keep up with it.
Well, the other half of it too would be the who is that artist that did the "Ain't No Mountain High Enough"? That for the Churchill.
Can we just all say, do a moment silent for the fact that Runon just sang on stream for the first time? Or a moment of silence?
Not the first time.
Not the first time. Oh, good lord.
She sang "Happy Birthday" to Foxham.
Of course, yes, yeah.
Yes.
But we also did Christmas carols. What was it? This past Christmas or the one prior?
Yeah.
So an interesting little thing.
That was the first solo, though. Karen, sorry.
The Soviets in 1945 had the same issue the Japanese had with their tanks in Manchuria, which is lack of infrastructure, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's why when the Soviet forces enter Korea, most of their forces are still equipped with old Valentines that were light enough for the bridges.
What would be interesting is the cruiser tanks and how they'll perform, because they would be horrifying in what they can do.
Well, that's the interesting thing, because Russian doctrine was closer to British cruiser tank doctrine, and Japanese tank doctrine was closer to British infantry tank doctrine. And you sit there and go, have you two each paid attention to half the discussion going on in the British armoured press or something?
I read this half. I read this half of Mahan's opening chapter. I read this half of Corbet's.
Don't get me started. The amount of people who have literally only read read the first chapter of those people's books is disturbing.
Which is weird because Corvettes is really short and easy to read.
It's really kind of curious because the Japanese actually in 36 have a very modern idea of how we use tanks, with them forming fully motorized armored divisions, 3 of them in particular. They get used to the Marco Polo bridge incident. They don't perform particularly well because they're fighting in rural China. And Japanese High Command gets the impression that that tactic doesn't work. So they integrate them into the infantry,
Yep.
where they do well until they fight the Soviets, who have the fully mechanized, motorized divisions.
Always fighting the last war. It was only 6 months ago, but it was still the last war.
Yeah.
Anyway. Okay, next question then. Let's move on to the next question. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, continuing from yesterday's question. What knock-on effects can you foresee from the rearmed Rikyulu occurring in NATO procurement and solid procurement of warships? Yesterday's question. So that was the question last night, which I had when I was doing a Twitch stream, which was, what would have happened if the Rikyulus had been armed with Polaris missiles? And I said, well, one of the knock-on effects from Rikyulu being armed with that is the British would undoubtedly buy a 5th R-class SSBN. The reason being, they would be having to counter the fact the French would be claiming, we have a battleship as well as our SSBNs. And the British government, let me put it this way, even to this day, I have had an honest conversation where the discussion went, so how many of these air defense vessels did the French get? 2. And we got 6. Oh, good, we got more than the French. It wasn't the question of how many do we need. It wasn't the question of how many do the Russians have, how many do the Chinese have, or anything like that. No. It was how many do the French have, and do we have more than the French? Admittedly, we don't have them available because we actually have less dry docks functioning than the French. That little thing called infrastructure, which needed to be invested in for about the last 40 years. But leaving that to one side, the real thing is the British would have an extra R-class SSBN. As for everyone else, it probably doesn't change much. Soviet procurement could be interesting, though, because it could mean that a premium is placed on vessels like the Kirov class, and they might even try and stick ballistic missiles on them as well. Can anyone imagine a Kirov with a ballistic missile added to its arsenal?
When are the French putting Polaris on the Richelieu's? I thought they went before the Polaris came out. Is this
basically the idea was they were hung around and there was a discussion at the time of various things. The Polaris.
Because if the French are keeping those around, can you see Britain binning Anson Howe and Vanguard?
Well,
or do we keep that?
You have to remember the Polaris was under development from about the 1950s, and the Auricula's, let's see, they're in service till 1970s. So yeah, there's a potential there's a potential there for them to.
We let the French keep battleships, and we didn't have any.
We had more nuclear submarines. That was how we discussed it.
Unconvinced noises.
That's okay. You're permitted to be unconvinced. It is, after all, the French.
Yeah, Rikyulu herself was kept around till 1968 and only decommissioned in 1967. And Jean Bart, she stayed in service until she was taken out of service in 1957 and not stricken until 1970. So yes, there is a considerable overlap between the class and the Polaris missile system.
Would that make Jean Bart the last ship to have been shot at by a US battleship to survive? Can you think of anyone else who got shot at by a US battleship and was still afloat at that stage?
Nope, I can't. I went through the maths. In my head, I can't. According to my memory, I could be wrong. So put it in the comments if I'm wrong. But I think no. I think she's the last.
Anything in Iraqi freedom?
No,
Desert Storm, I should say?
none of those things survived first contact with the Iowa involved.
Okay.
None of them survived. Let's be honest. When you have, I don't think any of the 16-inch shells were involved for Iraqi freedom. I think that was the 1991 Gulf War.
Yeah, I now have visions of 16-inch shells going freedom.
That's the one I'm referring to.
That was Wisconsin and Missouri, and no, neither of them left any of their targets alive. Wisconsin and Missouri fired, it's reckoned, somewhere around about 1 million rounds of 16-inch gunfire, according to some reports. I don't quite believe that, but there's potential
over their lifespan.
No, from all arms, which probably include quite a lot of secondaries and tomahawks, etc. Between them, they fired 1 million rounds over things at various troop concentrations. At one point, they did manage to apparently empty their ammunition aboard their ships because of firing at troop concentrations of Iraqi troops in Kuwait, which they found themselves in range of 16-inch guns.
But also, that number's going to include the Sea Whiz.
Potentially, yes. And that can rack up quite a lot quite quickly.
That's because that'll blow through thousands of rounds in seconds.
And as Frank Brawls pointed out, Wisconsin's drone did take a surrender. Let's be honest, if you saw the drone of that ship coming, you knew that the battle of the 16-inch guns were not far behind. You surrendered. This is again why I find people funny. They go, drone warfare is new. How are we going to prepare for this? How are we going to deal with this brand new thing? Instead of going, literally, a drone from a battleship took the surrender of people in 1991.
A drone from a battleship that was laid down 50 years before that?
Yes.
Wasn't she?
35 years ago, years ago, it was doing this, and yet now drones are new, and people are surrendering to drones. This has never happened before. And the historians in the room are just going, oh, do you know what I was told the other day? And this was a fun thing on Twitter. I didn't respond to because I didn't see no point. But someone said, oh, don't worry. No, you should never listen to history academics. They're the about warfare or anything like that because they're academics, so they're non-violent. I mean, have you ever been to a Tudor history conference? Seriously, they have ambulances waiting outside the moment they organise them. They actually have to pre-book the ambulance. At least they did the last two I went to.
Admittedly, that's also because some of the academics are so old and crumbly that they probably are a bit like cruise ships that have a mortuary on board.
They're old, crumbly, and they have brought a mace and a morning star with them. These are British historians.
How a gentleman shall go about a raid, and a lady, or a lady, and a lady.
No, don't cross the ladies usually come equipped with pole arms.
Yes, that's because they are more sensible.
Yeah. But basically,
I'm now just imagining security at these events going, why is everyone armed?
You know the really fun thing? They don't usually have security. Their security usually is the PhD student who volunteered to man the desk, who goes, Professor! Yes. I see you bought your emotional support cudgel. Yes. Enter. And
I have with me my debate-winning argument. That's a broadsword.
I was like,
yes.
The last.
And if you look, it has the name Argument engraved down the side.
The last one I went to on the Falklands War involved part of the conference involved field stripping machine guns and putting them back together again and checking they worked. And what was really fun was there was a race-off between an officer from the Gurkhas and a retired officer from the Gurkhas and a professor, and literally one of the retired Gurkhas turned around to his old officer and said, "You will dishonor us if you lose this."
Did he
Which
win?
regiment? Which unit did the professor served in?
The professor had served in the Durham Light Infantry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
Well-
this was the thing which happened.
the
when
really
my dad
special
was-
ones.
Did he win?
Let's put it this way. The Kukuri didn't have to be used for a ceremonial redemption, but only just.
So when my dad was at school, they had a big issue that a lot of the teachers had, because this was so he was at secondary school in the 60s. So a lot of the teachers had been in the Second World War.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever they had cadets parades and things, the army had to send somebody really pretty senior, because one of the people had risen to full colonel and had some quite impressive medals. So they always had to send at least a brigadier along to conduct the inspection. Because, of course, all the teachers would turn up in their uniforms. Which I think my dad always found amusing. That and watching them all play out their undealt with trauma in the classrooms. That was also probably fun, but different issue.
Now, question from 631. Were the names Jilin or Qilin really applied to the Project 7 Gevening-based Ansan-class destroyer Taiwan? Now, that's an interesting one. The only details I can find of this was the vessel sold to China in 1955, and whilst her sister ship is now a museum ship in what Qingdao, which is the modern name for Tsingtao, which is where I've talked about before. That was almost World War II almost began between the British and the Japanese. Honestly, details about it are limited, but most of the sources I've got, and I've got another book coming on, because I found my Janes, which I thought was really accurate. There were some issues in there that I used, because I repeated them in the destroyer video on the Chinese destroyers, and there are a couple of mistakes which literally come straight out of Janes. And I expected Janes to get the engines right. And that was annoying for me. But we'll sort that out. But the thing is, I've got a new book coming on Chinese destroyers, which I've tracked down, and I'm hoping it's in English, but it might not be, and I'll use Google Translate on it. But as far as I can find out, Qilin did. Jilin, I'm not quite sure. But that could be to do with the various translations of the name.
Yeah, I was going to say that, because if it's that time scale as well, you went through the official kind of shift in the way that you anglicized things. So that's where we get Peking turning into Beijing.
Yes.
Because that's the same place, and it's the same characters, and it's simply which way you do it. And the way that we tend to do it these days is apparently based on what is quite actually a peculiar accent that Mao had, I believe.
Yes, but would you want to tell Mal to his face he had a peculiar accent?
No, but it's like not the standard accent. Whereas the British, in particular, we've got much more links with Cantonese because of Hong Kong.
Okay.
So very different.
Aidan Clarke, what's the minimal size capacity needed for a modern present ship? It depends, okay? If you're talking about a local area, you can probably get around with 2,000 tons if you're doing it for regional. If you're going for something larger, for something more global in reach, in terms of you're projecting power beyond your own region of the Earth, you are probably in the 5,000 plus area. Because once you get over a certain size, there are certain things you add in. And that's why you start to see these gaps between ships. I once had this long conversation with students and was teaching them through this, and I basically used the point of, okay, there are price points when it comes to ships. In terms of weight and size, in terms of what capabilities you can build into them. And at a certain point, it becomes uneconomical not to go to a slightly bigger size. Because of everything, the way it fits together and the way it makes things easier to do when you're doing deployments. So, for example, if I want to do a ship which is going to do a presence minimum, and it's going to be global, but is going to rely on going into facilities, and is going to be able to go and visit allies and maybe operate out of a forward base like you've got in Bahrain, etc. If I want it to be a policing presence ship, I can probably go for about 2,000 tons. But it's going to be a virtually unarmed vessel like a River class. So it is literally going to be a turn up, show the flag, and say hi. But it's really not going to be much of a capability to fight anything. If I want to actually have fighting power, then it pushes up to something about the size of a Type 31. Okay, flak frigates, and as they are in the British variant of the Arrowhead of 140. If I want it to push up to a point at which it's self-deployable and can sustain itself, then realistically these days I'm looking at about 10,000 tons. I used to be able to sort of get away with about 8,000 tons, but that would be very much a focused asset. So if you look at the Type 45s, they're a good example. They're, just over 8,000 tons. They are a very focused air defense ship because a lot of money was saved in their construction of deleting the general purpose capabilities that they would have had. Which makes problems elsewhere, but it means you can get something which can do global presence. It just do global presence in a limited war-fighting way. If you want something which can do global presence, but self-sustaining global presence, and can do the actual fighting of pretty much anything, you're looking at about 10,000 tons. And then once you're going above that, you're adding in capabilities. You're adding in sustainment. You're adding in the ability to operate itself, or a deeper magazine in terms of its firepower. And that's the big question you get into these days, is VLS site capacity. And I've got a whole video coming out at some point on VLS capacity and why you want to have the VLS size you do. There are a lot of ads coming through. I'm going to go check the system because people should be only experiencing an ad individually every 30 minutes. Everyone will get them at slightly different times. But it should be every 30 minutes. On YouTube, but YouTube seems to be doing fun things.
But we must make the line go up, remember? We must have infinite profit.
Feed the algorithm.
That increases infinitely year over year.
Okay, I have gone
Chandel 02, Chandel 02 OPV equates to offshore patrol vessel.
A coast for the US, a Coast Guard cutter.
No.
No?
No, because the national security cutters are definitely not OPVs.
No, they're bigger than that.
Okay, we'll move on quickly.
Yes.
I would like to use this opportunity to urge everyone in chat to get an ad blocker. They are a critical part of being safe online.
They are. However,
Or just being not annoyed online.
As someone who's signed up to YouTube and various other things in terms of AdSense to make to fund this channel, I have to first say that's wrong on moral grounds. However, my point of view is this, and I have suggested this to YouTube and various other things: if people become members of channels, or if they have YouTube Prime, they should never have to see ads again. I myself have YouTube Prime. The reason I have got Prime is because once I saw the figures of how much money people get in terms of if you're watching them from from people seeing ads on their channel versus people watching your channel who use Prime, I decided immediately that Prime was actually a better way to go to have my money. Because the ad revenue they get, if you can afford Prime, the ad revenue people get is much smaller than the amount of money they'll get from a Prime viewer, who won't experience any ads, but will have, you know, all those things. YouTube Premium, isn't it, or Prime or whatever?
Yes, it's
Premium.
for clarity of communication. The YouTube service is YouTube Premium.
Yeah.
The equivalent Twitch service is Twitch Turbo.
Yeah, and
I highly recommend
for
both
some reason
if you
I
can
was calling
afford
it Prime. I have no idea why. That's probably from Amazon.
Because there are Prime subscriptions on Twitch.
Yeah.
Yes.
But for both those things, if you Twitch Turbo, if you are YouTube Premium, you actually will, on average, provide twice as much funding for the same amount of content content watching time to all those content creators whose videos you view. That's the real difference.
Yes. But outside of specific creators you like, just in general, when interacting with the internet, you should have an ad blocker.
Yes.
It's sort of like getting over vaccinations.
Yes. And basically, the thing is, I was actually the only reason I was mentioning the other one is because I sit there on the panel with sort of looking at these things, going. Some people turn around to me and go, but I can't have an ad blocker because it means I won't be supporting X or Y content creator, and not everyone has the money for these things. So please note that's not me. You know, we all have the money. We can all give as much as we can, or as little as we can. It's within your limits. You should never give more than you can afford to. You've got your life to look after first. Your house, your food, all those things. Your family and everything comes first.
Yes.
But I wanted to destroy the argument that you don't have an ad blocker because that will that's how you support the creator. Actually, no.
And if needs be, the majority of ad blockers have a feature where you can unblock ads for specific websites and content creators.
Yeah.
So you can make an exception for, say, if you're a viewer of Dr. Clarke with uBlock Plus.
Oh, I've just learned something really, really funny, which is going to be enjoyable for the people, for anyone who happens to be with us in Rotterdam. I just received a message from my TV agent, who's also Gareth's TV agent. Hi, I heard you're going to be in Rotterdam during these dates. This is the date. I'm going to be coming along too. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, cool. He's top bloke.
He is. Nigel's great fun. I'm just worried now. What if Nigel and Gareth get into a who can take us to the funniest restaurant thing?
Enjoy.
It'll be fun. Anyway, Montana.
You say enjoy like you're not going to be shanghaied into this as well.
No, I'm not going, and currently I don't have an in-date enough passport to go to Europe.
He's going to be the other side of the channel. He'll be fine. Montana 67. How low could the hours have gotten their reloads down to if the crew had been going all out? Oh.
As in restocking the ship or reloading the guns?
Look.
Presuming reloading the mains.
Reloading the guns. The problem with reloading the guns is not the speed. Okay. It's automated enough, or rather mechanized enough. It's not humans which are slowing down the reload of the guns. It's the pressures that you can operate the machinery at safely, and it's also the reality of cycling the guns into a position they can be reloaded in. And that sort of factor. This is why whenever people start telling me reload late, and they go, this ship's faster than this ship and all these things, I sit there usually and go, yes, on a theoretical level, but things change very quickly. And one of the questions I usually come in is, at what point can you reload? Can you reload when the gun's at this point? Can you reload when the gun's at this point? Do you have to reload always when the gun's flat? because that has an impact on how fast you can reload. Because if you're firing long range and you're firing at this angle, you have to load a gun down, load it, raise it up, resight it, fire it, load it, and all these things all add up time to in time to ready to fire. Which is also, interesting enough, one of the reasons why Rodney ends up having to pull away slightly from Bismarck to fire it up, because also not only is she blistering her deck because she's depressing her guns so low, she's actually, the guns are so low, they're actually, you have to raise them up to reload them and then fire them. You basically, the guns are depressed too much to be loaded.
That's not good.
Because the shell will just fall out. So that the things that are delaying Rodney in terms of her ability to impact Bismarck. Not sighting, because she's so close, they're literally just sighting by looking down the gun barrel and going, yeah, there's still grey ship in front of us. Destroy it. But the fact that they have to keep raising up the guns, loading them, then depressing, firing, and they're tearing up their own deck.
But and that is all because you can have mechanisms that can load at a wider variety of angles, but that's a lot of machinery that you're expecting to lift a heavy load and do slightly complicated things with it often in terms of shoving it in.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what angle, does your rammer work at?
And
combined with the slides, and things.
It's also the space in the turret. The turret will grow dramatically. And the British actually worked out with the quadruple turrets. If with some of the things they're working on, there's some of the earlier mechanisms. The quadruple turret for the 40-inch guns is roughly the same size as the automated triple turret for the 40-inch guns would have been.
Makes sense.
Mm.
But it's like, so I just got to point out quickly to complete it. With the whole, you've got a system where you can elevate and load at multiple different angles.
Mm-hmm.
You've also got to take into account that machinery also has to rotate on 2 axes.
Oh yeah.
It has to go vertical, and you don't want to have to turn the turret to 0 degrees to reload, as you had to do on some of the earlier casemate ironclads, I want to say.
Yes, and some of the earlier dreadnoughts, not the British ones, but I think it was the first French dreadnoughts. For a while they had to turn to centerline to reload their guns.
I know the Dantons had to do it. I don't know the dreadnoughts.
I thought the first 2 of the class did, because they hadn't improved their gun turret by the time they were building them, and they were later.
Angry fleet noises are heard in the distance.
I'll have to be corrected on that one.
I will have to. Let's see, is it in here? French War. Let me check. Because I thought it was something I read in this book. This one. Very good. 1859 to 1914. It's the book that usually causes a good friend of ours to be most upset with me.
Infantry Marine, I'm assuming the smile means sarcasm. Because if not, I will dig out the images, the cutaway images of some U.S. main gun turrets.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been inside a 666 autoloader up in Buffalo, and there's less room in that turret than there is in the 16-inch Iowas.
Yeah, and there ain't much exactly a room in that one.
Let's put it this way. You could very easily bunk about 6 people in the gun house of the Iowa's turret.
Mm-hmm.
I know service members gain the ability to sleep anywheres about midway through basic. But they're going to have a hard time sleeping in the gun house of the 666 on a Cleveland.
And then think how many men got squeezed in there.
Yeah.
You don't want to think that. That's the sort of thoughts which lead you to very, very embarrassing things. Like, oh good God, the sun here will have been terrible.
You go nose blind to it after a while.
Not soon enough. The trauma lasts a long time.
It's going to be a lot of sweaty 18 to 20-year-old men or boys.
That are running on adrenaline and possibly fear.
Possibly as
and very little water for showering.
Well, I doubt there's going to be that much fear during a training exercise. Getting shot at is probably a different kettle of fish, though.
Even if they're perfectly safe, being behind the recoil mechanism of a 16-inch gun, no matter what, would be scary.
Yes.
If a single thing fails in that system, you get atomized.
Oh, just squidged.
Yeah, it was one of the things fixed in their first upgrade for the first two in the class. When they're upgrading them to be able to do from 12 to 23 degrees in terms of their angle of elevation, which increased their range from 13,500 meters to 26,000 meters. Amazing what 8 degrees can do for your range. They had the point that it wasn't. I think it wasn't all their turrets. It was 2 of their turrets. I wonder if it's the super firing ones had to return to centerline to be reloaded.
Oh, good lord. With the speeds of training, I mean, elevation's bad enough when it's like, oh, I must go from, 25 back to 5 degrees at 6 degrees a second. That's one thing. But if you've got to go back to centerline from firing a broadside, with the speeds that they would traverse, which was what? It would take forever to get a second salvo off. You might as well not bother. Yeesh.
Do you know which 2 ships these were specifically? That's the issue.
The first 2 of the Corbeil class is the one I got listed.
Okay, yeah.
This book is fun and kind of fun to read though. So by my counts, that would possibly be. I'm trying to work out on this one. Paris had her issues, but that isn't correct because of course she's lost Uncharted Rock in 1922. The first refit doesn't take place until. Oh, they did do Paris as a refit, so it could have been Paris. Could have been one of them. But yeah, they were. Oh my lord, are they weird ships? They had all sorts of interesting things with their arrangement of their secondaries, the 305mm guns, and the various. Yeah, they're fun.
Were they very French?
Let me put it this way. You have to remember that the French are finally getting around to ordering dreadnoughts in 1909. And the reason they've waited that long is because their tech wasn't up to it. And they weren't sure they could produce one because of the long-term legacy of the Junocol. And so, any issues. But this is an interesting book to read. It is. Because I think a lot of documents are quite convoluted and complicated, it has got some stuff in there which is sometimes interesting to read and work out. Because, you're told 2 turrets had these issues, but you're not told which 2 turrets had these issues.
SJ Beans, however you say that. Apologies. The actual gun pit of an Iowa has in excess of 10 feet of clear space behind the breach.
But they also have massive absorption systems to absorb the recoil.
Yeah.
Yeah, those sorts of things are impressive when you think about the amount of force going through them.
Yes.
And you're like, and you wanted to have this firing how frequently with a fully auto? And you actually were thinking it might be possible?
A minute.
And you thought it might be possible? That
I mean,
Yeah, they had fun.
anything's possible if you're willing to throw enough R&D time at it.
Well,
Still.
please don't say that. That's what the British government tends to think. They just then don't build whatever they designed and they sell it off to someone else.
Yeah.
That's usually what you're then sort of going, oh, great, so what you guys sold this time? Well, we sold this. You're no help. You're no
And we
help
sold
here.
exclusive rights to it, so no one else can build it, including
Yeah.
ourselves.
Yeah, good. A classic example is tilting trains, by the way, which we now buy back from the Japanese.
Grumble,
What are
grumble,
tilting trains?
grumble.
We
Tilting
developed
trains.
we developed trains which could tilt, so they could go around tighter corners at higher speeds. Right? They tilt like a motorcycle does, going through the corner.
Okay.
APT-E in particular.
And then we decided that we weren't going to follow through on it because there was no money to do so. We decided, so we sold it to the Japanese, who of course use it very well in their Shinkansen and various other things, and develop the technology to a really high degree. And now we buy it back and buy tilting trains that are made by the Japanese to go on our railways because they are the best suited to going around our not yet upgraded Victorian infrastructure, which we have just relayed on the same route the Victorian lines did rather than fixing the curves. We also sold tech to the Italians as well on various railways and designs. They're saying, no, it was the Italians. No, it was... I think we also sold some of the tech to the Italians, yes. But having had this discussion with a guy who's a design engineer in Japan on their railway lines, we sold it to them as well. And currently the ones we're buying them back from are Hyundai. I think it is. Or whoever. One of the makers.
Yeah. As I brought up earlier, it is the APT-E where it was first used as a commercial test, in particular then the APT-P, because the E never really went anywhere.
And
by that time, though, they were deemed normal locomotives were just more effective, which kind of were at the time. And then, as you said, they sold them on.
Yeah, and we're buying them back from... We're buying Hyundai trains which pay a patenting reference... it's Hyundai, our South Korean company, and they're paying for a patent with the Japanese company which developed it for their system. It's a fun... There's a fun amount of stuff going on with that one.
Why does it seem like the British populace like paying as many licensing
And Hitachi
fees
as well. We're also
as
getting Hitachi
possible?
trains.
Because the populace doesn't. The governmental figures get kickbacks.
Yeah.
And ministers like kickbacks, in case you didn't know that.
Admittedly, most people think the ATP-E is very goofy in terms of looks. I was waiting for Yuki to pop her head up.
Yes, and Hitachi are the Japanese company which bought the things originally. And there's Hitachi Italy and all sorts of... Yeah, it's a fun, complicated thing. But basically, any chance we can get to long-term muck ourselves up, we will do as a country.
Everybody's got to have a hobby.
I love it when people go, it's because of this recent thing. You know, they pick immigration, or they pick Brexit, or they pick... Instead I go, no, we've been doing it a lot longer than that. We've been doing this, we've been practicing this. We've been doing this for a lot longer than any of those events. I'm sorry.
No, I'm going to blame immigration. It is entirely the fault of the Huguenot French. We should never have let them in this kind of 16...
No.
Was it about 1600?
I'll have you know, I'm blaming the Anglos. I think it should be... the Saxons should have been allowed in, but I don't think the Anglos should have been allowed in.
Unfortunately, you're missing the most common excuse.
The Normans.
No, it was the previous government's fault.
Yeah, because it's all a Norman conspiracy.
It will always, no matter what, for British politics and trying to do stuff, it will always be, it's the previous government's fault, this can't be done.
Well, it used to be, in a nicer way, it used to be, it was because of the European Union they couldn't do it.
Yes.
This was
I
this is the point I often make about the Brexit referendum. In a nice way, the British political class had spent the previous 30 years blaming everything they couldn't deliver on their election manifestos on the European Union, and then they're surprised the British public vote to leave it. You spent 30 years telling them you couldn't deliver on promises because of the European Union. You expected them to vote for it? It was kind of a case of, yeah, the reason none of you can really make the positive case for the European Union, because you've spent the last 30 years using it as a scapegoat, even the politicians who are currently pro it. Sorry, personal rant. I just find it annoying the way there are people who come up with all sorts of reasons for why that vote went the way it did, and I literally go, no, it's because we spent 30 years with our political class blaming it. Now, what are they blaming? The Treasury every chance they get, because apparently they're not in charge of the Treasury, you know? The Treasury's in charge of them.
No, it's all the Beaker people. It was fine until they came over here with their corded ware pottery. Just ruined everything.
I know.
Just blame it on the Normans.
And their beakers. Don't forget about their beakers. The beakers and the test tubes, and that's how you make certain illicit substances. And well, if they didn't invent those, then we couldn't have those illicit substances and the scourge they are upon our society.
We really don't have the same level of meth problem.
I mean, that's not the only thing you would use that for, but
to be fair, it depends what part of the UK you're in with the meth problem.
We don't have it as big a kind of systemic one. Meth is more used by niche groups.
Yes.
I thought it was fentanyl we didn't have.
I will say though that recently there might have been a small bust in my local area where there was found to be imported from Wales, apparently potentially a sheep racing ring which was using meth as a method of doping the sheep to get them to run faster.
Okay. I've worked with greyhounds that were had to get unaddicted from meth because it is an illicit substance in greyhound racing. But sheep.
I'm now just imagining.
I was talking. The reason I noticed it because I know one of the local policemen who was involved in it, and he was talking about it, going, "Yeah," and I was going, "You have to." No,
I'm now imagining a methed up sheep just looking at a Welshman like, now it's my turn.
I'm more just thinking something along lines of Breaking Bad.
No, I suppose it's one of the people accusing it apparently used to come from Wales for the races, and he'd bring the sheep on his motorcycle with the sheep strapped to his front. Imagine being a methed up sheep on a motorcycle, just going along the motorway, okay?
So that explains what happened in A Close Shave. All the sheep were on meth.
It does make more sense.
Okay, Jonathan Moon, can we get a shout out for the community game Pirates of the Burning Sea? Yes, Pirates of the Burning Sea, we do it most Saturdays. When I'm not in charge of the house and being left alone to look after things. But yes, I'm there. The community's always doing it every Saturdays and various other nights in between, and I'm usually there most Saturdays to play around and enjoy it, and it's a really cool thing. Pirates of the Burning Sea, the Imperial Iron Brewing Company is a really fun group to be part of.
I'm still riffing on the whole meth, sheet, drugs.
In the nicest way, I know your brain. You'll be enjoying that for at least the next month and a half. I apologise now to those people who work with Dr. Dan who listen to this channel. You're going to be having meth sheet jokes for the next month in the work.
No, don't apologize, because at least now they're warned in advance for his next shift.
Yeah. Though, considering the people he works with, there are a few of them who might go, I want to see what that does.
Whether the NHS could afford meth.
Yeah, it's I mean, I'm on an amphetamine, and meth's fairly cheap. That's part of the problem with it. And in terms of fentanyl, I mean, we have fentanyl in the UK. It's just we don't have a problem with it being abused. I don't know the routes by which it arrives, and who is making it in the US. I don't know the details.
Sadu, in a nice way, imagine my face when literally I was sat in the pub having a quiet, because I found a pub in Cornwall which does iron brew. Just sitting there in the pub, and one of the people who I talked to, who's a policeman, literally walks up to me, and his opening line is, "So I just had to I've just spent the last week dealing with the fallout of 20 meffed up sheep." I had iron brew in my mouth. I was like this. What?
Who starts a conversation like that? I just sat
That
down.
was literally the cold open to the conversation, in the middle of the pub.
That means you have almost the same curse as I do. You have a face that invites confession of sins.
Yeah. It was something. So, Night 6831. For Dragon and Foxo, with the Azur Lane March event now confirmed to be the Sakura Empire, with what 3 or 4 ships of the IJN would you want to see added? And should we expect paper chips, to be honest?
Probably.
Yeah.
Considering what last time it was a major Sakura one that I at least remember paying any attention to, we swear it's not straight up Zhao from World of Warships, but it actually straight up is Zhao from World of Warships. Honestly, you've kind of got most of the major Japanese ships at this point. You could probably start getting some interesting designs. Like if they could probably do something like a number 13.
Oh yeah, that would love a number
That's
13.
probably doable.
A number 13
Yes.
would be really nice.
Yes, it wasn't built, but they've done stuff along those lines before anyway, so we could probably get something like that.
Just look at half the Iron Blood line.
Yeah, to be honest. We've already got most of the interesting destroyers. Wouldn't surprise me if I actually see something like an I-401 at some point.
Have they got a key class in there yet?
As in the follow-ons? I think so. Wasn't she? Yeah, she's Foxgirl. Well, not quite fully Foxgirl, but she is fully Foxgirl. Yeah, we've got the keys. We've got, in particular, Ki, Omi, Owari, and Sugura.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got 4 different keys.
Let's be honest, a number 13 then would be kind of obvious one to go next to. They could do 30 knots. 4 twin 18-inch guns, a 13-inch thick waterline belt, and a 5-inch thick deck armor. 47,500 tons. Let's be honest, that for 19. They were supposed to be built in the sort of in the 1920s. That would have been a scary thing to come out.
I'm sure they would have kept it under wraps as a competitive advantage and never disclosed it to the world.
The thing is, actually, this is the interesting thing. The Japanese in this period were all about shouting about what they were building. It's only for some reason with the Yamatos they get this weird reticence going on.
Yeah, because we've already got a I-400 class and I-404. We've got Hakuko, which is basically a G-13, I believe. Yamato's meant to come at some point. They were really teasing at her, was meant to be appearing last year, but she didn't, so she might appear this year, she might not. Depends if they've had to move anything around in the schedule.
That'll probably be their emergency funding infusion lever.
Possibly, but the problem is they're kind of writing themselves into a corner story-wise with that.
Mm-hmm.
She needs to make an appearance sometime soon. Because we've got the Tosas. Yeah, beyond that, I think we're basically running out of interesting Japanese ships that aren't just straight up either paper or fabrications. I don't remember they had that many interesting light cruiser designs at this period. I know they did have some, but they basically never went beyond this is interesting concept.
They did have that one which was a massive torpedo, which was a torpedo cruiser. And that was a variation.
Yeah, to be fair, they could do some.
They had a heavy cruiser
Yeah, the
design, which was
Kitakami.
basically a torpedo cruiser. Yeah.
Was it
Yeah, you got the
Kako
Kitakami.
and Oi?
Is it very bright? Oh, the sun is out. That's why
I'm
it's
just
very
trying to
bright
remember it
in
because if I remember correctly, it had something like 8 quadruple launches on each side.
Something like
Yeah.
that. It was
Sounds like a evolution of the Kitakamis.
Yeah,
Drew,
it
we've
basically
Henry
had
with them.
about 4 twin 8-inch turrets and the ability to launch 32 torpedo broadside.
no, it kept 4 of the 5.5s, I think, and it just lost a whole load of the aft ones.
It's a
I
fun
can't
thing.
remember.
Yeah, those are the only things that really jump to mind. G14, not G13. Sorry.
Yeah. Now, Carl von Gasberg, seen a LUCAS Shaheed drone launched from an Indy LCS. How much it raises the value of the literal combat ship, and how big a percentage of Talon strikes can it substitute? Realistically, if you need a Talon, a Shaheed won't do. Because it's either for a long enough range that a Shaheed won't do it, or it's requiring a big enough warhead it won't do it. But it allows you to strike a lot of other targets which you might not have engaged, or you might have waited to engage later in other ways. Basically, one of the interesting advantages of the drones, the Shaheed, especially things like the Lucas drone system, etc., these very cheap drone systems, which are basically all look the same on the outside because there's only so many good body shapes we can actually produce at this point at current time in that cost bracket. They're useful in that they basically lower the cost of engagement, so you're prepared to engage far more targets, which democratizes the impact of your actions.
Yeah.
There is no longer the ability to go, hang on, we are a infantry squad securing a random street in the middle of nowhere. No one's going to bother with us. We'll just be left alone. Nope. You're probably going to, if you're in range, you're probably going to get all the drone coming after you.
We're just a squad of soldiers sitting in a random street, trying to work out how many sheep we can get methed up to race because we're bored.
I hate how accurate that is.
Disturbing enough that considering some of the conversations I've heard over the years on exercises, yes. Oh.
I've met enough Marines, U.S. Marines, to know that. Yeah, that would be a considered course of action for some of them.
Once I was watching an exercise where they actually decided to work out how quick the different takeaways were going to be on delivery because they were bored. So they ordered from every takeaway within something like a 20-mile radius and gave them all the same location of where to get to. And surprisingly, a large number of takeaways found it, yes. And what I can reveal from that one is that I was unsurprised that the first 2 who arrived in a tie were the second closest Indian takeaway and the third closest Chinese takeaway. And I thought it would be the Chinese or the Indian which would get there first. They beat the pizzas. I think, to be fair, I think the pizza delivery drivers got lost.
Well, you should have used the Domino's tracker app, of course.
I think someone was actually using that. I think they were at one point they were phoning instructions to the Domino's driver.
I want to. I feel that could be a way of working out if there is a kind of a hidden observation post. If you order a takeaway to be delivered to where you think there might be a group of soldiers hiding in an urban environment.
Yeah.
Provided they're actually soldiers and not anything else, they're not going to shoot the delivery guy. But you've got the delivery guy to do your recce for you.
Oh, yeah, but in the nicest way, we've been doing fun things like that for years. There was a... I think it was... I'm going to say I think this was possibly during the Troubles in Northern Ireland, but there was one female officer who basically specialised in randomly bashing into people's cars in streets and then going to the door and going, "Oh, sorry, I think I hit your car," as a way of getting them out onto the street, which would make them easier to arrest.
Lift.
And yeah, that was a disturbingly effective one, because apparently they were very able to believe that a random woman would bash into their car by mistake just driving down the street.
Hey, make the misogyny work for you whenever you can.
Yeah. Regan Leno, we answered this one at the beginning. If the UK in 2000 decided to keep a third carrier, they could have just... they paid for 3.5 carriers. We know this. The Queen of the Cloths. To delay the entry into service date, we paid them to build slowly. We paid enough. We could have actually afforded a 3.5. We could have afforded 3.5 ships in terms of construction costs. So we could have had a third Queen of the class carrier.
And we could have bought one for the Aussies, or paid for part of one or something.
No, we could have just had 3 ourselves. That'd been quite useful.
No.
I mean, we would have had downtime.
I'm just thinking about the 3.5. I'm thinking what I'd do with half one, who I'd subsidise to get one. I mean, it's either going to be the Aussies or the Canadians.
Oh,
and the
it could be the
I'm just not
Australians.
sure.
Let's be honest. If the Aussies had got one, they would probably have been disturbingly happy about now.
Yep.
Because that thing would be loaded. They would have bought F-35Bs for it, quite happily.
Yep.
And with the Canberras, they'd be going, yeah, we always have one of these things available for aviation duties. And at some point, there would have been an arrangement made for there to be a photo shoot of getting all 4 Queen Elizabeths together as a photograph. And that would have looked glorious. And immediately you could guarantee the USN would probably have had to respond by trying to find a way to gather together 5 of their carriers so they could take a photo of them.
Yes, but the difference is that the Royal Navy and Royal Australian Navy would have the good sense to call theirs Operation Priscilla, because they're getting together a load of queens.
Yeah. Oh, that's because Foxo's biding her time. You can hear, if you listen carefully, you can hear Foxo biding her time. Stafford. She'll come in with a killer quip when she needs to. Regan Mender, 5712. If the UK in the 2000s decided to keep... Answer that one. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, I forgot to take it. What if in 1917 the Netherlands purchased 4 Bayerns and 4 Azet Yorks from Imperial Germany? How would this affect them during the interwar period of World War II?
If they bought them off...
Would they get them?
They wouldn't get them, but if they somehow hand-wavy and managed to get 4 Bayerns and 4 Azet Yorks, and Germany managed to build them, to sell them to them, it would give them a very strong force during the interwar period to be upgraded and maintained. And in World War II, suddenly... Well, let me put it this way. The big problem is going to be... if the Dutch have 4 of those and 4 Azet Yorks, they're going to have 8 capital ships. They're going to be part of the treaty system. And probably you're going to end up with a scenario where the Dutch, the French, and the Italians are all limited to having 8 ships. At which point the Japanese get probably 12. Because they got the French and the Italian, the French and Italians got roughly 2.2, 2.2. The Japanese got 3, and the Brits and the Americans got 5, and the Brits and the Americans are on 20 at that point. And yeah, that's increasing the number of capital ships in the world quite dramatically.
I'm just trying to work through the mental arithmetic, kind of what if could the Germans have laid down, well, the ships which they had kind of laid down and building, if just before the armistice they had sold those. Okay, it's 1918, not 1917. But if they'd sold those ships to the Dutch. So yes, they are technically sitting in a German port, but they are Dutch property. Bearing in mind they've got a land border, so they can go over and they can stick a Dutch officer on each one to go, yes, this is ours, and whatever. That could happen.
It could do. And the reality is, the Dutch then end up with a fairly decent fighting corps to build a fleet around. And they don't really have to. They could get them for bargain basement prices. And realistically, where do they base them? Well, the odds are the battleships get based in Europe and the battle cruisers get based in the Far East. Each one forms a succinct squadron.
Yeah, and I mean they'd be good ships.
It also means that by the time you're approaching World War II, they're probably not hunting a capital ship, they're probably hunting a carrier for procurement, which might actually be easier for them to get.
We have one lightly used HMS Furious. Would you like to purchase her? To help fund Ark Royal's sister.
Ark Royal's twisted sister?
The more interesting, the nicest way, this has ricochets for everything, though, because if you've now got the British and the Americans on 20 capital ships, why are you limiting them to 5, each nation to 5 carriers? You could maybe make the case for it when there's 15, when there's 20, it's probably going to be a limit of about 10 carriers each for Britain and America, which is then going to ricochet down the groups. So the Japanese are going to be allowed 6, the Italians and the French and the Chinese and the Dutch 4 each, and
all of the Lexingtons get converted into 8-inch cruiser carriers.
Potentially you get more than 2 done. Potentially they allow you to build 4, to do 4 conversions like it. So 4 Lexington class carriers. There are many people who are thinking that's a very sexy future, a very sexy historical scenario, aren't there? I know you. I know.
I like it.
But the thing is, it sort of, under those scenarios, you've also ended up with a treaty system which is actually far more viable. Because if you consider the 20 ships, well, yeah, but the British will go, yeah, we can keep the 15-inch gunships. But even historically, we got to build the 2 Nelrods. You're going to get to build more. You're going to be able to build. So the British could end up with roughly 4 Nelrods and 4 F3 starships, or maybe 3 and 3. I'm doing the maths. Quickly doing the maths in the tonnage of my head. Because if you've got 20 times 35,000 tons to your allowance, you're allowed 700,000 tons of battleship instead of 525,000 tons of capital ship, and opening up the. Yes, I have gone straight to the lovely Excel spreadsheet I have. Always have an Excel spreadsheet. Always have an Excel spreadsheet ready to go. If you're allowed... If you go by the traditional ones which are left, you end up with 211,000 tons left to build with. So 35,000 tons each, that's 6. You could build 6 capital ships. If you aim them for 33,000 tons, does that drop it down anything? That's 188, 198. So that doesn't allow you to build another one. That just gives you a spare, 13,000 tons. You might as well go for 35. Might as well go 6. So you could end up with 3 Nel rods and 3 F3s. Or 4 Nel rods and a couple of F3s. Either way, you probably end up with Nel rods which are slightly faster than they were historically. And you end up with some fast capital ships being built in that period. And those could all be built before 1930.
I'm liking this. I'm failing to see a problem.
I don't see a problem, but I'm also it's fun for the Americans because their historic tonnage is 525,850 if they complete the Colorados, but they could probably complete Washington. They could definitely complete Washington, and well, they could go on and complete a whole load of extra ships.
I think the biggest problem for the US is going to be because they've already can they? I forget how much the Sodaks weigh. Are they too heavy?
Basically, the Americans can build 5 more capital ships in this scenario after Washington comes into service. The North Dakota and the Sodaks were too heavy, yes, so they couldn't build any of those. But
okay. So they're still going to get scrapped.
The IJN, well, in this scenario, their official aim was 315,000 tons officially, which was to allow them, 9? If they've got a limit of 12, their tonnage goes up to 300. No, it actually goes up to that. It goes up to 420,000 tons. At which point they are sitting pretty because they can build. They've got 300,000 worth of tonnage left, so built with. So they've got about 120,000 tons. So they could claim to build 4 ships and claim they're all 30,000 tons. The Dutch have their 8 ships. The Regia Marina, they officially was 175,000 tons. Make it up to 8. That's 200. Well, let's see. 8 times 30,000 is 240,000. 8 times plus another. It gives them 280,000 tons. Their official aim was 175. 280,000 tons gives them quite a large margin to start building things versus what they historically were able to build. And the Marine Nationale as well can also build stuff. So, yeah, that would actually be in a way that actually the Dutch having that fixes a lot of things, but it does also mean that by the time you get to World War II, there has been a level of construction already going on in the 1930s. If there has been a gap in construction, it won't have been that long in the middle of the early 1930s. I doubt there will have been, though. If there already having been some construction, there's probably going to be a permission to carry on some construction in the first London Naval Treaty, which means that you're dealing with the Germans now being a couple of generations behind. The Japanese have improved their infrastructure, but have probably also not gone bankrupt because they've been building 35,000 ton ships. But also that means, will they have put as much money into the Kita Battaglia as they did historically? That's an interesting question. The Italians could have built some very interesting things based on the Francesco Caracola, which could have made the Littorios that much better and more deadly than they were historically even. The French infrastructure hasn't suffered so badly in the interwar period. The British infrastructure hasn't. The American infrastructure hasn't. And yeah, the ones who are in the worst position are probably the Germans.
Well, so for the British, you've probably got Palmer's and William Beardmore survive.
Potentially Beardmore more likely than Palmer's.
Yeah, but you might be able to keep both going.
Yes, potentially, especially if you're still building the same number of cruisers. It's going to produce a drop down in terms of construction.
Well, that's the thing, because if you've got more capital ships, you need more things to escort them and everything, don't you?
And you're probably going to look at starting on a destroyer generation a bit earlier as well. It's going to help, especially with the things like when there's financial crisis, etc., there's crashes. If you've got construction going, that does tend to help because that provides a ready-made version of national employment, which most people can get behind.
I'm just also thinking the impact more of the British naval infrastructure surviving, not being closed down, as on the world ability to expand with rearmament in the lead up to World War II, assuming that that happens because of Germany as a land power still rather than kind of anything else, suddenly you've got two more fairly big builders surviving.
Okay, well, I'm just going to say this. Admins, can you please check on one of your members? I think they're currently stroking out in terms of what they're writing in the mentally in the comments. I think they are possibly they've got mentally they've got overloaded and overstimulated or something is going on there, judging by the comments that are coming in.
Are we worried about Stafford?
Yes, because he's describing a Canadian ship girl in Blade, apparently. I'm worried about the phrases, the ideas he's putting out into the universe this evening. Can someone please go check he's okay?
He's been cooped up in a truck cab all week. He's not okay. Worse, listening to Canadian talk radio.
Oh, yeah. Although I did, yeah, there's some weird things going on in talk radio in the UK at the moment. Although the strangest talk radio is Finnish talk radio. I'm sorry, Timo, if you're in the chat. I recently heard a translated version of a talk radio of a Finnish talk radio show about their armed forces, and I kid you not, it was a 2-hour debate on uniforms. And I thought, if this is the most pressing discussion you're currently having on defense, then you guys really aren't having a proper discussion on defense. Also, well, I just want to set this out there. There are no good uniforms from 50 years ago that you want to bring back today. They're all uncomfortable. They're all chafed in places you don't want to chafe. You don't want to bring them back. Maybe bring back the camo pattern in terms of the colouring, if you think it's better. Yes, do not bring back the actual uniform. It chafed everywhere. Stafford, as this is the anniversary of the Royal Navy selling 3 of the Type 23s to Chile, how much advantage would the ships pose to the RN if they had been kept given the lack of ships today? Look, as I've talked about before, the thing is, if you have 3 more Type 23s to share the burden of the Type 23 work, that does mean you can be more regular maintenance for the force overall, and so you can keep the hulls in better condition over their life, so you can probably have more available now as a percentage of force. It's kind of like if we talk about the Type 45s, if they built the 2 or the full 12, especially if they built them with the Mark 41 VLS as well as the Silver A50 system, that would have made them far more capable in terms of multi-role capability of being able to fill in holes and gaps, which again would allow you to put less pressure on your force. There is a cumulative advantage and a cost advantage to building more ships in terms of long-term productivity of the force, because the more units you have, the less likely you are going to have to interrupt maintenance schedules and to bring them into service. So remember, I did a whole video about availability versus operational, available, maintenance, and all the things when you're working through the ships. And the thing is, if you have the more regular maintenance, the more you can make use of the infrastructure you have. So, for example, one of the problems Britain's had is our infrastructure in many ways has been dulled, done down, dropped down to provide for the force we currently have. But it's been designed to provide for the force we currently have on a regular maintenance schedule, which is predictable. The more you muck around that maintenance schedule to pull ships rapidly into service, or postpone maintenance to go off somewhere, or pull spare parts of a ship which is just about to come out of refit to put onto a ship which is desperately needed to go off on an extended deployment or something like that, the more you muck around with it, the more you overload that infrastructure, and you end up with the backlogs. When people are talking about ships being, this ship has been out of service by X number of thousand of days. Yes. Why? It's waiting for a dry dock. That's literally it. Sadu. Carry on.
And just out of curiosity, how many commercial dry docks are there that we're not using for this?
Britain doesn't have that many commercial dry docks. It does have a few, but not many. And so far, we've spent more money using the commercial dry docks in places like Bahrain than we have in the UK.
Great. So that's really helping our infrastructure.
I think that's because literally we've only got one dry dock in the UK which is big enough, which is set up for the carriers. There are a couple which are big enough, but there's only one set up for the carriers. And we sent, I think it was Queen Elizabeth, into a dry dock in Bahrain while she was on her trip around. While she was on a trip around the world, trip out to Japan and back, to test their facilities, but also because. Was it Bahrain? No, you just do the.
Well, it was the Netherlands. She went.
No, they haven't been to the Netherlands.
I thought they went somewhere local when something broke and the other one was already in the dry dock.
That was Prince of Wales.
Sorry, I was thinking of the Clarke. It's not. It's yes, it is. There's the whole thing of. We have a joint agreement to use the Dukun, which is part of the British basing in Oman, which is designed for which HMS Queen Elizabeth will be able to access, should she need. And we've got agreements of various facilities around the world for us to go to. Should it not be blown up by the Iranians?
I think it's already been hit by the Iranians. They did consider sending it to Amsterdam because that was a potential option for the dry dock for Prince of Wales, but she didn't actually go to there. They considered it. But the thing is, the fact they had to consider it because they don't have another dry dock in the UK to take them. That is set up to take them. They haven't paid the money to do so.
Because we've got the King George V dock in Southampton.
Yeah, there's lots of dry docks which actually are physically big enough to do it. It's just you actually have to do some investment to actually make it so you can use them. Also, Portsmouth was supposed to have a dry dock for them to operate to go into, because it's their main operating base, and you need to maintain the ships, and it's far easier to do it if you have a dry dock. You can quickly in the base, you can pull them into, drain out, do the maintenance, and pull them out. Enjoy, Infantry Marine.
Now that's just crazy talk.
It's a never-ending stress ball for me. Sadu, would you ever see gas turbine-equipped ships have afterburners? Nope. To the reason why people keep crying about killing other people Oh, stupid. That's my answer. Yeah, that was from the earlier thing of in the UK. There's this program called Midsummer Murders, and there's a few other things like it, which often they come out on Sunday evenings, and people spend a long time planning to kill someone. Usually, they execute it, and then it's a whole thing of the TV. Can the TV detective figure out who did it? And they always seem to be so sad that they did it. They spent months, years planning to kill someone. Surely there's going to be some, I don't know, mission completion happiness going on. Room Sim. What is the current state of Type 32, and where do you see the RN heading realistically after disaster with the Middle East? That's going to depend on how long this actual debate and discussion goes on for. If it rolls on for any more weeks, it's going to start causing government real issues, because it's going to bed in as a problem for them, and they're going to have to do something radical to get out of it. So we'll see if the pressure can be kept up online, discussion can be kept up online. I would like there to be not people complaining, oh, HMS Dragon spent 3 days in the channel. Yes, being worked up by the FOSS crew, taking what is normally a 3-week pre-deployment training session into 3 days is a blooming miracle. Not something to be criticised. What is critical here is the fact that we didn't have one worked up and available, and that goes back to numbers. So that's the thing. This is all stuff which has to happen for a ship to deploy. As for the Type 32, I think there's currently an officer who's attached to the Type 31 project office who's technically responsible for the Type 32. And literally, Type 32 is always going to be Batch 2 Type 31. And there's a reason why it's basically going to be an Arrowhead 140 with a slightly modified design. And it's going to come from the same yard. So, basically, consider the Type 32's Batch 2 Type 31s. That makes life a lot easier. I still believe fervently that it was originally listed as Batch 2 Type 31, and Boris Johnson said, that doesn't sound that impressive, I'm going to call them the Type 32s. Night to everyone, it's not difficult to say that the UK doesn't have, your dad is right, we don't have enough SAM missiles, and it's not difficult to say so, because we don't have any. We have some land sector which we don't have enough batteries of because they're currently all deployed on NATO tasking, so we don't really have anything in the UK and didn't have anything available to send to Cyprus. I think what we are sending to Cyprus will possibly be withdrawn from Poland, and we don't have anything else. So I think I'm going to be talking about this when I do the Type 45 Horizon video. The fact that Britain didn't get involved and didn't buy the land equivalent of the land version of the Asta missile system is an absurdity. Even if they'd bought it and wanted it fixed installations and put it at some fixed points around the UK, it would have made a lot of sense. Oh. Okay. Penguin Cannon. 9,000. Did it used to be Sen penguins? If a World War One
penguin cannons.
Oof. If a World War One crew and ship fought against some modern ships, would they understand that even an enemy, even a gunfight? Wouldn't they just somehow gaslight themselves if they saw an LCS or IR at an impossible speed?
No, because they're not that impossible for the time.
No.
It's just you expect a destroyer to be doing that sort of speed, not a battleship.
Yeah. And
Age of Sail, take it back 50 years earlier to, HMS Warrior. Yes, that will be an out of context problem for them.
Yeah.
They will not know what just flew past them.
Foxhound, don't mention penguin cannons to Kate Jameson if she loves them.
Is that cannon penguins as in these are the penguins that are actually officially in the Bible, or that we are shooting at people? And is it that the penguins are forming the gun crew, or are they being used as projectiles?
Either it's the warrior nun kinds of cannon penguins.
That is more worrying.
I was thinking of penguins in Madagascar, and I was thinking one of them was firing from a cannon. I love a good Penguins of Madagascar movie. I'm sad they haven't had one of those in quite a while.
The Emperor protects.
All right. Aviation photo nerds, I am disappointed in you. None of you have taken, with your cumulative millions of dollars of telephoto lenses, which allow you to take a 4K photo of a gnat from 200 yards away, have taken a photo directly aft of a running jet turbine.
There's a reason for that.
You get far enough away, you'll survive. That's why I specifically called out the ones with the telephoto lenses.
Okay. USS Montana 67. Is there any information on the Fenyang, Akizuki, and the Taiwanese Navy, considering the fact that all warships were disarmed in post-war Japan? That's an interesting one. Now, my habit in this scenario will be to hunt down Chinese language Wikipedia and go into their source list and see what's going to come. So that's what I'm going to do. Because let's go check the Chinese language sources and hope that the Chinese language Wikipedia people have got up to speed.
Good enough to be far enough away from the blast effects to be able to get a picture of the aft end, the exhaust end of a jet turbine.
Would there not just be a massive load of heat disturbance?
Potentially. But the fact that I can't find even one is disappointing.
Well, maybe they're all just prudish, and the jets just make a point of never showing their tails.
Uh-huh.
What generation of jets are you looking for, actually?
Right now.
Pretty much anything that isn't a turboprop.
You get to a museum, you can take your own photos.
No, I need them. I need the engine running. That's the problem.
Potatoes.
And most museums do not have actively running jet aircraft in their collection.
It looks, from the photos, which I've found, and I'll send you a link to it, because there's a very interesting blog which has got some very interesting photos of it. It looks like it's been completely disarmed. So, I'll put a link in here. Yeah, it's Montana 67, so there'll be a link in the Discord. But yeah, it looks like it's completely disarmed in the photos I'm seeing. And the photos, it very much does look like it's been completely disarmed. And yes, because there's a picture of it armed, and there's a picture of it afterwards, and it's not got any of its guns on it. So yeah, I think it's been disarmed. And was disarmed. And yes, that is, by the way, one of the methodologies historians sometimes use when they're trying to track down information quickly. You go to the source list in Wikipedia, you go to the right language, you pick the right language, you go to a source list, you track it, then go through the sources. And usually the trick is, and this is going to sound very naughty, but let me explain the reason for this. You find the one which is a blog, which is obviously sufficiently good that the Wikipedia editors have felt like citing it, because it's probably someone's passion project. And as I've said before, I have a real love for passion historians, people who basically are historians because they are passionate about a specific area and they do everything focused on, because they're often some of the, and I mean this in the nicest way, nerdiest, most obsessive historians you ever meet. So they will often provide you with very accurate information. I don't necessarily agree with the analysis, but they usually provide very good photos and very good solid information if you go looking for it. Usually. Okay? Sneaky hint for how to find information. It's kind of like I teach my students how to use Google, how to use all these things. Because Google is a great one of people put someone today made me laugh because they put in a cost of how much does it cost for Mark 41 VLS into buy Mark 41 VLS into Google, and I came up with 41 million to buy the units. A, it didn't specify whether it was strike length, normal strike length, or point defense length, or anything like that. B, it didn't include the cost of the computer systems, all the sensors, all the upgrades, everything you need to put in for it to work. And so they were confidently telling me that with the upgrade of the Mark 41 VLS onto the Type 31s, it only increases them to £300 million per unit, not from the £250 million per unit. No, it doesn't. No, those ships are now closer. Once they have the Mark 41 VLS in, they're closer to £400 million per unit. I'm sorry.
Because it's not just the tubes.
As I used the Dell explanation of when you see the prices advertised for Dell computers, they're often giving you the price of just a tower unit. The moment you start adding on a monitor, peripherals, everything else, the price goes up very quickly.
Also, it's a Dell.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to try and nickel and dime you all the way out the door.
They will do. Channel 02. How balanced of a force for the 2030s would be the following task group? 1 fast battleship, preferably a fast battleship, or a battlecruiser would do. A carrier, 2 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, between 16 and 24 destroyers. Its main task would be anti-surface radar patrols. It's slightly heavy for that, but it would do fine. Let's be honest. Any surface, the odds are a surface radar they're going to deal with is not going to be equivalent to a capital ship, let alone a heavy cruiser. You've got a full carrier, you've got a couple of heavy cruisers, a couple of light cruisers, and 3 full flotillas of destroyers.
I'd be reasonably confident taking on a Scharnhorst class with that.
I'd be reasonably confident taking on a pair of Scharnhorsts with that. I'd take on a pair of Littorios with that.
Well,
yes, but that's because you would take HMS Repulse as your capital ship.
Probably.
And we all know that they run scared.
And you also think that the Scharnhorst type is criminally overrated.
Oh, the Scharnhorsts are my favourite of the Kriegsmarine's capital ships.
It's a low bar.
You know me too well. Oh, you know me too well. You know me far too well.
Like when most of your assessments of Kriegsmarine surface ships go overgunned, too unstable, completely impractical, overgunned, overengineered, too many cooks, Christmas tree. That one's actually quite good, and this one's okay. To get to your favorite is not the...
You are going to, let me put it this way, enjoy some of these discussions that you're going to hear coming up, because, let me put it this way, the Destroyer video, you might see it's been scheduled, comes out Tuesday for the German destroyers. And listen to this. This is the hand description. And this is written by a German historian, Erich Gruner. Handling. Relatively good seaboats for their size, but with a weather helm at low speed, somewhat crank. If anyone knows what crank means, is the ship doesn't like to stay centre, it's always rolling. This might make aiming guns difficult. With the seakeeping of the Type 1936A, with approximately 65 extra tons of extra weight because of their 150mm turret armament, was worse than the others. Immersion was increased by 15 centimeters on all loadings. Max speed was 32.8 knots. All types were moderately handy. The arrangement of 2 rudders in the screw slipstream resulted in a marked improvement in turning capabilities, and the deadwood was extended aft to increase directional stability. An improved arrangement of oil cells and lower positioning of the water cells improved stability, and the restrictions of fuel oil consumption could be lifted. Previous to this, no destroyer had been allowed to get below 30% of fuel tonnage. The sharply rigged bow frames, compared with earlier destroyer types, gained no improvement in seakeeping. All vessels were fitted with roll keels. Metacentric height of 0.88, 0.78, and 0.83 meters. Maximum stability moment at 45 degrees equaled 0 at greater than 90. Which basically means, don't try aiming a gun from them.
Do I need to? Can the prosecution rest at this point? I mean, the defense just proved our case. Like, is it appropriate for the prosecution to rest? Can the crown rest now?
Yeah. Nice to get everyone. Would a 127mm 38 cal triple turret more likely have all the same issues that plagued the British 102mm 4-inch Mark 9 triple turret mount? Yes. If you're trying to use it as a secondary, you're going to make it more difficult to aim, more difficult to arm, everything because of all the people you now got involved. Castaner, were there any proposals to build a naval base in the southern Indian Ocean?
You mean Perth?
Ceylon? That's sort of central Indian Ocean, I suppose.
That's Indian Ocean.
The Trimconley.
You've got.
There were
Durban.
quite a lot of bases. There's quite a lot of bases in the Indian Ocean, but the trouble is, if you're looking southern Indian Ocean itself, in terms of the southern, as in the not the western, eastern, or northern, southern bit, the point to the south is, I think it's the Antarctic, and that's a bit cold for basing. Yeah. There are some islands like Diego Garcia, etc., but the trouble is with setting up an island naval base is you don't have to supply and sustain it. And you can get away with that in certain points if you historically got a base there already and you've already set up all the infrastructure and you're just improving on existing infrastructure. But trying to get the budget to actually build that outside of wartime in the 1930s and 40s, not happening. Aiden Clarke, what is the best current in production VLS? Is it the 41, the Korean, the Chinese, full length for all? The Korean's very nice. The Chinese is certainly improving. Especially now they've got off the revolver type, which, by the way, revolver type means that they are mounted like a revolver, so they're circular. And the reason I said the other day that they have difficulty maintaining them is imagine if you've got a double line circular almost of missiles inside of missiles, you can't get to the internal missiles easily, into the internal cells to check on them. Whereas if you're a bank of two going along, you can get in from either side. That's what makes the maintenance easier. The revolver type doesn't necessarily mean that they have one launch tube and they revolve around between launching. That's not what we're normally talking about. Revolver type just means it's mounted circularly, and the way it's mounted circularly. I would say probably at the moment it's still the 41, but that's kind of because the 41 is the standard that everyone is competing with. And everything is plus or minus advantages versus the 41, but the 41 is the standard. So I would go with that for the moment. But there is also the Mark 53, the type Mark 53, which is the improved 41, which the US Navy's worked on for the Zumwalts, and I find the fact that the lack of interest in that disturbing, especially amongst the US, because that's a very useful VLS system. Because it could be deck edge mounted, not just central line of the ship. And that opens up all sorts of interesting things. Huh?
Deck edge mounted on a Burke.
It's currently on the Zumwalts, but there's all sorts of interesting things design-wise that could be done with that system.
Put it on a Flight 4 Burke. As we've said, the flights, I think it's the 7A that's scheduled to get quantum torpedoes. The 9 is going to get quantum torpedoes.
Which one's getting the warp drive? And is it getting the same warp drive that's being fitted into the B-52?
That's the 6, the Flight 6.
Okay.
But the B-52s are... no, they're getting a different warp engine that will be... because they've had to modify it to cope with all the smoke. The B-52 crews just objected to the idea of not making more smoke than your average steam train when taking off. So they had to adapt it.
It's all
Listen,
worrying.
the Burke, the B-52, and the Abrams hull will be here at the heat death of the universe.
Along with the FV-432.
And the Hilux. The original Hilux, mind you.
Oh, in the nicest way. Have you seen the latest version of the Toyota Hilux come out, which has a flatbed, which has a flatbed which can be raised up?
I mean, I could potentially rent one when I go to Australia later this year.
I'm sitting there going, in the nicest way. We all know what that's going to get converted into. We all know it.
Does it
Reminds
have
me of-
convenient points for bolting on a heavy machine gun
It,
in
it-
the right
it-
places for a tripod for, say, a Dushka or a ex-Russian 23mm, maybe?
It reminds me of a line from a piece of Star Wars ancillary lore where I think it was either Korea Engineering or Incom was accused by the Empire of deliberately engineering their products to be easily converted into technicals.
Yeah.
That sounds Corellian, if you ask me.
Yeah, it was either who made the snow speeder? Was that Corellia or Incom?
was
What, the
Incom.
ones used on Hoth? That was Incom,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah,
Also,
modification of the T-47 Incom.
I can see that meth sheep are the meme of this week's Bruships.
Good.
Okay, Juicy Sushi. I thought it was a meth sheep. Juicy Sushi. KGB turrets. Problems are known, but KGB class engagements are much longer than the others. The first 40 to 20 to 40 hours, great. Afterwards, problems. But if no other ship fired as many, was this just sample size? There is, to an extent, some confirmation bias in terms of the sheer volume does produce those results. But there's also the fact that there were problems with the guns. There were problems with the full quad mounts. Getting a quad mount right is a difficult thing. And the really interesting discussion I've had is with a friend of mine who does simulations for the Navy officially and actually has access to their computers. And in his own time, potentially a few years ago, as a test for the system, ran it through several World War II scenarios with the King George V converted to having 9 15-inch 50s in 3 triple turrets. And yeah, there was an interesting. And once you did that change, it's amazing how quickly events changed. The Battle of Denmark Strait was especially one, which was a very big difference with the 15-inch 50s. Because if you're going for the same displacement of ship, etc., in armoring, you can actually the triples slightly the 9 15-inch 50s display it's slightly less weight than the 10 14-inch 45s in their arrangement, and it gives you a slightly longer range punch, slightly better shells and better mixer shells, because you could be using the older shells as well as the newer shells. And the other advantage it gives you is the turrets are a very reliable work-through design, because they're basically a modification of the Nelrod turrets, the improved Nelrod turret designs. But no, it was an interesting one. Paul Amos, what's been the most ludicrous comment received this week? It's not so much ludicrous, it's that someone actually commented on the armed merchant cruisers. What about arsenal ships? And literally the ship I started off with was a vessel which was loaded just with missiles. Containerized missiles.
What about the West Ham ships? Or the Spurs ship?
It's an arsenal. No, the point is that's basically an arsenal ship by definition. And it's a case of...
Doc, were you expecting people to watch your video before they commented?
This is the thing. I do sometimes worry if I've actually... sometimes it does make me second guess whether I've included the stuff in it. Like, someone did a whole question about Q ships, and there was a whole discussion about Q ships and using merchant ships as Q ships, and I went, hang on, in almost every single example I talked about them being used covertly. And at the end, when I was talking about the reefers, I did really talk about the reefer could be literally dropping off mines and doing all sorts of things while carrying on its business. Because frankly, the reefer is the one which people are going to are going to want the least of there to be problems with, because they're going to be more worried about anything happening to it than it doing anything.
Oh, question on that.
I just didn't use the actual phrase Q ship for it because I didn't think I needed to.
That's because they're not operating out of Queenstown, Ireland.
Also, because Q ships were actually warships pretending to be merchant ships, not merchant ships pretending to be warships.
Quick question. Could you fit either... This is a kind of either-or thing. Concealed mine-laying facilities or underwater torpedo tubes to a reasonably large trawler?
Oh, there's all sorts of things being done, especially if they're one of the trawlers which have a stern ramp on them. That you send nets and things down and bring nets over, and if you can launch stuff through the nets. Let's be honest, the first mine layers which did large volume mine laying were usually either converted ferries which had lots of rail lines on them anyway, so converted train ferries because they could then move the mines around on the tracks, or large fishing vessels which they just rolled them off the out of.
No, I was just wondering about being able to pootle around somewhere in something unobtrusive and also fulfill the Russian fears of Japanese torpedo boats.
17. You're given a £250 billion lump sum to fix the Royal Navy. What do you do? Set up a trust fund. £250 billion is enough money that you set up a trust fund which provides an ongoing capital income. And you put it so that half of any profits received in a year are reinvested into growing the fund, and half the profits are given to the Navy to spend as they need to spend.
At the discretion of the Third Sea Lord?
Yes, and an appointed representative of me. Usually me, but it might be a long term. I might, appoint a successor or have a family member or something take over. But because let's be honest, £250 billion, if that's generating an 8% return, that's like 20 billion a year, so extra £10 billion to the Navy. The current UK defence budget, that's a big uplift. £10 billion a year going in.
Just keep it hidden from the politicians, or they might use that 10 billion alternative funding source to cut their funding by 10 billion.
It would be required they didn't do that, or alternatively the money would be transferred to the opposition party to pay for their election cycle.
But also you got to be careful too, Doc, that they don't do what they do with lottery funds in a lot of states in the U.S., where it's like, cool, the lottery brought in, $8 million this year, so we're going to cut the school budgets by $8 million to offset the windfall.
Yeah, as said, in nicest way, there's going to be also several. How do I put this? The other thing it's going to do is it's going to provide a retainer every year towards all the Magic Circle law firms in the UK to enforce it.
Magic Circle?
Yeah, basically in the UK, the really expensive, really good law firms are nicknamed the Magic Circle, and they're quite a scary. They're quite a scary bunch. And if the government can't hire any of them, but you have all of them fighting for you, the government basically is going to look at their likely cost of any legal action and just give in now.
So
yeah, aren't those the ones that are on retainer for The Hague for the Defence Council?
Yes.
So I remember they were involved with Gaddafi of all people. If I'm thinking of the right ones.
These firms are things like A.O. Shearman, Clifford Chance, Freshfield, Brockhouse, Derringer, Linklaters, Slaughter and May, You do not want to get in a fight with Slaughter and May. They are really, really quite a organized group.
Will they sleep you?
There's at least one. No, I thought I could remember something about one of them, but brain's gone.
They are law firms which are very, very capable. There's also in the UK. There's two sets. There's Silver Circle, which are the ones which are hired mainly for business, corporate law firms, and then the Magic Circle are basically all law firm. Yes.
I failed to see how Walter's comment was racist.
What's happened?
Walter's being rude about the Canadian hockey program, which is not racist. I may need that one explained to me in crayons to do. Potentially with pictures.
It is hockey, so it could be it's very personal for the Canadians.
Yeah, I mean, it is speaking towards the Canadian national identity.
Admittedly, Walter Brothers' remark was that Canadians don't need a pension fund; they need a better hockey program.
Okay, the United States did beat the Canadians.
So it's not so much. I'm sorry, I don't think it's quite racist, but it is cruel on the Canadians
and
to do
AC 75, that one was well over the line.
Yes. I was thinking. I looked at it and went, and also now you're just being cruel. You put your elbows down now. You're being very cruel on the hockey jokes now. Oh, Stafford. I think that could get your Canadian card revoked. I'm fairly having the Canadians I've worked with, that could get your Canadian card revoked. But literally, if I had that extra money coming in, first thing I'd do is fix the infrastructure, and then I'd start doing some procurement.
And recruiting, retaining,
recruitment, retention. Probably try and use a quarter of the fund to pay retention bonuses to people. Basically, have it structured so that for every year of service, you get an increased retention bonus. So it's worthwhile staying in.
Really, again, why do you have to be mad?
We're not getting into the curling debate. No, we're not getting into the curling debate. We have Swedish and Canadian viewers on this channel. There are things which will turn this into an absolute war zone in the chat. We are not getting into the curling debate. Okay, moving on. Carrot1151, what do you think would have more impact? The munitions dumped in the Irish Sea, including chemical weapons, or munitions shipped in the Thames going up? The munitions in the Irish Sea are deep enough underwater that that's probably not going to have much of an impact. It will be felt, but enough energy will be dissipated around in the water that it probably won't have much of an impact. The munitions ship in the Thames going up, depending on how much the munitions work, could overwhelm the Thames barrier and flood the London. That would have an interesting impact on the UK.
So don't make a false report. If you need to step away, step away. Also, you don't want to see what they're saying on Twitch right now.
No. No. The trouble is, in the UK, hockey is mostly not the ice variety, it's mostly the grass variety or lawn variety. And I would say also, having gone to a university where the girls' hockey team was one of the best in the country, and several of my friends, including Sam, who turns up on videos occasionally, were hockey players. In the nicest way, the only sport I have ever seen which has made ice hockey look like a genteel sport has been girls' hockey. I have never seen a women's ice hockey match. I never want to see one. Having seen the violence that girls bring when they don't have blades on their feet, I don't want to see what happens when they have blades on their feet.
I was going to say, the thing about field hockey is they tend to be wearing short skirts and kind of socks. What they're not wearing is body armor whilst engaging in physical combat.
There's a scary overlap in circles between girls who play hockey in the UK and girls who have horses which are 4 or 5 times the size of them.
Yeah, that's where you don't fear the hockey players, you fear the water polo players.
Oh, no.
Because they're just as violent, they wrangle animals 10 times their body mass, and a part of the victory condition is your opponent on the floor beneath their horse?
Look,
and you get them there by beating them
more impressive because they can train their horses to do scuba.
Exactly.
No, polo players.
Horses are scared of them.
Oh. Rat, they have shin protectors. No, in the nicest way, as I was once told very loudly by a young lady, real women don't need them.
See, I'm now curious to see exactly how violent women's American-style football is. Because you have I'll call it a meme, just for the sake of the argument, but apparently there's actually quite a bit of truth. It's like, there's men's rugby, which is pretty tough, and then there's women's rugby, which is fairly legalized warfare.
Yes.
You have men's soccer, which is 20 grown men all doing their best acting of a emergency room soap opera patient.
And then there's women's soccer, where they are still playing with a mildly bashed in eye, bleeding from their nose, and all sorts of things gone wrong. Yes.
Yes, and I'm sensing a pattern here, and I'm wondering if it carries over to American football.
This is one of the things I find interesting. It's because one of the reasons why one of my friends doesn't like to watch women's football is he prefers his football not to be a blood sport. It's just, yeah.
Must have watched very different women's football to me.
He used to watch. The only game he went to was a London derby between two rival teams.
I had green
Even
stuff.
then.
Mm-hmm.
Foxo, did you sneak into my house and steal my green stuff again?
I never left your walls.
Oh, okay. Could you, while you're in there, could you re-insulate the exterior ones, or actually, I should say, just insulate the exterior ones?
What do you think I've been using as a food source? No.
Okay.
Well, you must have been pretty hungry because they weren't insulated in the first place.
All right, YouTube
What was
Minecraft.
that stuff she was eating?
Oh, don't go there. YouTube Minecraft watcher. Early this month with a friend, but I was discussing this earlier this month with a friend, but would Japan building 3 to 4 number 13 instead of the Yamato class have been better for Japan? If they'd built them before the Washington Treaty, yes. They'd have scared the bejesus out of everyone. There probably wouldn't have been a treaty system, but, not until everyone had built their counterparts of them anyway. Raptor Rap. Showing my kids pro jousting. My son went nice horse. My daughter, yay, violence. Most of my little cousins are the same. Combined, one of them went. This actually ended up with me because I was looking after this particular little cousin at the time. I was their parents' away, so I was being responsible adult. So I was called into the school, and they were worried about my particular four at the time. Now she's 6 now. Year-old little cousin. Because when she was asked why she preferred unicorns to horses, it was because they come ready armed. And Uncle Alex says always be prepared. So I had to go and have a conversation with a nursery school teacher about why my little cousin is not a psychopath in the making.
I mean,
Sure he is one.
No, I just said she's not one. This is just here is a picture of what my mum does for fun. Shooting. Here is a picture of the various what the sports my family engages in. She just fits in this family group.
I mean, I feel like by that logic, I could also make an argument to the safety staff at the plant that by requiring us all to leave our pocket knives at home, we have reduced the plant's defensive posture in these troubling times. I don't think it will work, but you know.
Okay, so Knight 681 for Dragon and Foxo as Hammond 2. The loot. Okay,
Dr. Clarke is loading.
I'm trying to figure out this question. For Dragon and Foxo, as Hammond 2, the lewd disliking Edsel class, destroyer escort, has paint, wood, and a metal plate. What material do you think she will use next to censor the Azalane Facebook post art?
Right. I get that. That is a very, very niche thing. Very quick context. Basically, Azalane's posts on Facebook got flagged for no longer being safe for Facebook, so they've started censoring them.
Mm-hmm.
Usually by very odd things. You could have just said that in a very different way, eh?
Stafford, in answer to the question of do you have medieval times dinner and tournament across the pond, or is that just normal Friday night? No, that's just a Tuesday. That's just a warm-up on a Tuesday. That's not even a warm-up. That's pre-breakfast on Tuesday. Okay? In the nicest way, no. We're fine. We're perfectly sensible as a nation, honestly.
Yeah,
Doc,
honestly, no
I've
clue.
seen your defense procurement, and I've heard you rant about your defense procurement. Are you sure?
I'm not talking about our government. I'm talking as a people.
Also, I've never understood.
You put beans on toast.
And
You put peanut butter and jam together.
You
Yes?
put plastic on You put plastic in
You put
cheese.
peanut butter on chocolate. No, even worse. They put plastic in cheese and call it cheddar.
Yes.
Ugh.
Yeah. Cheese comes in a block, not a slice.
Yes, Karen, I think actually what
You
Stafford's
can
referring to
slice
is pretty much
the
a Calvary.
You can slice the block.
Yes, but it comes in a. You don't give it like its own little plastic baggie that has a lower plastic content than the cheese.
Do you realise the reason we call it American cheese in shops in the UK is so that it's a warning for everyone about getting it?
No, fun fact, imported American cheese has to be called American cheese because legally it doesn't fit the definition of cheese in the UK.
That means
Yeah.
that's why it's also called a pasteurized cheese product in the United States.
Yeah.
Because it's not technically cheese, which is why it melts so well.
8420. Is there a reason there wasn't a huge focus on cannon-armed warships in East Asia prior to 1700-ish?
Putting Marmite on it first.
Hey, in the nicest way, I eat Vegemite as well as Marmite. And Bovril.
Hurt you.
In the nicest way, that was the fun thing in Australia. Going to a very, very fancy hotel and finding that one of the little pots was Vegemite that you could have. And then
My Jove, I didn't think we had a senior in this group.
Then convincing at least two of my colleagues they had to do the full Australian experience and actually use it on their toast, and then watching their faces as they tried Vegemite for the first time.
The problem is there's two types of Vegemite.
Says one of the ones who was caught out.
No, I know there's two types of Vegemite.
This is one of the rare times I will agree with Walter Broadus. And I think Steve just declared war on Australia by saying they're not manly enough for Marmite.
Oh. No, in nicest way, the stuff that that Canada has that everyone else in the world looks at and goes, "Why?" is poutine.
And yet, I understand poutine. I've never had it, but I understand.
Speaking as someone who's
Language.
had it, no. And language, yes. But Dan, I will pass this over to you as well. What was your facial expression when we were trying poutine was incredibly interesting.
It's been built up as something that should be special, and it's so not.
I think it was the only meal we had in Canada which we all left. Literally none of us finished our pots of poutine.
And it's like, I like all the ingredients.
Yeah.
It should be fine. And yet,
No.
just, yeah.
It could be that the place we were having in Halifax was particularly bad, but there was a massive queue for it. All the locals seemed to like it.
Yeah.
And then there was us four going,
Yeah.
it's chips and gravy with cheese added.
It shouldn't be something you can get wrong.
No. Now, is there a reason there wasn't a huge focus on cannon-armed warships in East Asia prior to Stone Handlers? Yes, pretty much. There wasn't a need for it. Most of their operations when they were looking at ships were amphibious operations, and they were doing more boarding actions than aiming for boarding actions. Also, there is the fact that the cannon and development of the cannon, the relative access to large amounts of iron, and the quantities of iron, and the techniques, and also the pace of, how do I put this politely? The Europeans' iron production benefited from many wars taking place between countries which had a relatively easy access to large quantities of fairly high quality and fairly pure iron stockpiles, which allowed them to build up these sort of things quite quickly. There weren't really the same naval wars going on in the period we're talking about in Asia to push that. They were concentrating on land formations. And this is why when we start looking at the various warships that the Japanese are producing, the Koreans are producing, etc., the Chinese are producing, you sort of see them going, okay, what's going on? And one of the fun things a discussion I had a long time ago was, why did the Koreans produce the turtle ship and no one in Europe tries the same idea? And the simple answer is, because in Europe, the sheer amount of firepower you're carrying at the same time would decimate you, because the infrastructure industry has been set up to do so. Whereas for the Koreans, the Japanese don't have the infrastructure. They haven't set it up. Neither have the Chinese. In fact, the Koreans have got some of the best naval infrastructure going. When a certain admiral is allowed to be in charge of organising it, and the court doesn't decide that they want to replace him with someone who's how to put this, more politically reliable as far as they're concerned, so less competent in reality, because competence is a threat to their position.
Are you telling me that politicians would make a decision not in the best interest of their nation?
And just to add a third point, a lot of the big powers in East Asia, you've got sort of the Mughals racing at those powers at the height of their power, and you're looking at the heights of the Ming Dynasty, and it's like, Those are land powers whose navies are at best tertiary forces. Because the Mughal consolidation of India is a land-based conflict,
Yeah.
mainly. So, whereas you look at in Europe, who adopts the cannons hardest and the quickest? Friendships. It's Western European powers. Who the navies are kind of all that matters for a
It's
country
the
like England.
Portuguese, Dutch, English. They're the ones who really push into it most quickly. The French get in there, but for the French, it's it's partially. There's a few other reasons why the French are getting into it, but mostly for the French, it's also a thing of they are. It's them spreading out, partially them spreading out the production of cannon, so they have more cannon production. And they're using the Navy as a way to do this because they know they've got huge land borders to defend, and they don't want that. Most of their cannon producing areas where they initially started were in areas which you could cross the border and reach.
Main boundary in Reims
Yeah,
when they first introduced bronze cannon,
yeah.
which at this point is literally less than 90 miles away from Holy Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire.
It's basically about 4 days hard march from the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be the defensive line for them between there and Paris, Paris. But it's yeah, it's a good place to have production. It's in terms of defending Paris. It's a bad place to have production in terms of what happens if it falls.
Yeah, because it's also a pretty interesting parallel with Navy infrastructure to a lot of the army infrastructure that allows the logistical support of the massive Indian armies in the Mughal conquests.
Mm-hmm.
Europe never needed it, so they didn't develop it till much later.
Yeah. And that's actually sometimes that's the way things go, and people go, oh yeah, this is superior to that superior, and instead of going, no, it's the things are being developed as though what they need.
Yeah.
Night, relaxed. We'll get to you when and if we get to you. I don't think F1 has started yet.
That was a very quick 15. That was a very, very quick 15.
Well, I had chat running in the corner of my eye, and that chuckler was flying.
Yeah. Chandel, related to question 1, what ships would you fill the proposed task group with, these ships being available in 1938 for the following nations, UK, USA, and Japan? Well, for the UK, it's Trouble-class destroyers. For the USA and Japan in 1938, I'm thinking about destroyer classes they have available in 1938. The US are not going to be happy. The US are not going to be happy because what they have available in 1938...
The Americans don't have any fast capital ships.
No, they don't. In
38?
In 30,
we don't have any fast capital gunships.
Available in 1938, the newest destroyers you might have available...
Got the first of the Farraguts, haven't they?
No, it's the Benham class, or the newest ones. No, the Benhams aren't even available.
Where's my Dremel tool?
I think it might be the Summers. Yeah, I think they might have to... I think they're going to be relying on... They're going to have 4 of the Summers available. Summers, Warrington, Sampson, Davis. And they're going to have to be going older than that for their destroyers. Bagley, Gridley... Yeah, basically Bagley, Gridley, Summers class. Maybe even the Mahans. Oh, and the Porters, potentially, to get if they're going to 24. That's...
On the Porters are okay for a surface action, aren't they? They've just got low angle only main armament, was my understanding.
They're okay for the main thing you have, and you have to realize about this, is that these ships are all built when there is a chief of naval operations who objects fervently to the idea of subordinating the gun to the torpedo. And the ships have to be designed around providing the best platform for the torpedoes, which tends to, and this is why the Germans ones roll like they do. Why they have described as crank. Because they're designed to be, one of the reasons why they're doing it is because at high speeds they have higher maneuverability, able to sort of lean in turns and get closer more quickly and more viably for a strike with torpedoes. But in turn makes you a less capable gun platform. So the Americans aren't as bad as the German ones, but the trouble is, at that period, the Chief of Naval Operations is actively objecting and actively working against the idea of US destroyers being what I would call them as effective as they could be in terms of gun platforms.
I could see why that would be a problem.
Yeah. Chingy from Oz, imagine the question submission speed when he hits 1 million subs. If I ever hit 1 million subs, that is a problem I will enjoy having. But I think I will probably, if I hit 1 million subs when I'm doing that, I will have to probably be paying poor Steve and Runon wages, sorting things out.
If we crack the 100,000 mark and we have that level of attendance to these, it's probably going to have to go behind a paywall. Either like Twitch is better set up for this because you can put it behind like a pseudo paywall, but it's still arguably free. You just do it with channel points. YouTube unfortunately does not have a system like channel points. But otherwise it's pretty much just going to be a free for all, and whoever gets it, and a lot of people are going to be grumpy about it.
Yeah. We still do have the thing that super chats usually get in even if the questions aren't open, aren't they? Don't they?
Yeah, super chats I think get priority, and I believe still work even when the queue is technically closed.
Yeah.
That system is still a little buggy because it's hard to test without getting somebody who wants to, drop $600 on a test.
Nice. So Bruships 3257, it's modern Navy and naval history questions. Is that right? Yes.
There's a hair in my epoxy.
And there is a sister keep sending you messages. My sister, but I should warn you all, my sister and my mum are now both confirmed on Discord. And they both wander around. So just a heads up to everyone, you could find yourself having a debate with one of them.
When you say confirmed on Discord, as in what their handles are is public knowledge, or as we know they're on the Discord?
No, I know they're both on the Discord. I can confirm it now. I'm not allowed to reveal their handles because they like the anonymity, but they are on the Discord and they are wandering around.
All right. Well, here's hoping I never have to admin them.
Mm-hmm.
So, say something that is profoundly wrong about structural engineering, particularly kind of hydrological and sea defenses, and see who bites.
I would like to think that the Dr. Clarke Engineering Edition is slightly less susceptible to bait than that.
Oh,
Answers that question.
Chandel, what ships would you fill the proposed task group with? Answer that one. Basically, the only ones who could really fill that task group in 1938 are the British and the Japanese, because they have fast capital ships and carriers, etc. The Americans have really good carriers. They can use the Lexington class probably from one of their carriers, and that's what I do use. Heavy cruisers, the Americans have American heavy cruiser and light cruiser the Americans have in 1938 are not necessarily the best representations of their capabilities. You have to remember, a lot of the building and a lot of the orders come later than this. The American fleet of 1941 and the American fleet of 1943 is very different than the American fleet of 1938 because it's only around about 1939 onwards that the U.S. Congress really starts starts funding things.
They've got the first of the Brooklyns.
Ching from or a Bruships that goes for 24 hours picking up new people. That's the Historiathon.
See,
this year that did let's see, I think we did 5 12-hour streams and a 36-hour stream, didn't we?
See, what he could do is he could clear
sounds about right.
his calendar for a week, and then just have it so that every donation over a certain amount adds a certain amount of time to how long he goes on for.
Yeah, and basically, that's pretty much what it is. It's me answering naval history questions for that time, and gaming and a few other fun things and a few presentations. It's fun. I like them. I'm not sure how I'm going to make this year's one even better than last year's. Because we also technically we raised 250 quid for charities, but I kind of, because of the advertising revenue and stuff which came in, I kind of bumped that up to about 400 and have sent in 80 quid to each of the charities. I'm going to be posting all the details about that soon. It was sort of a while for the money to come in and me to work it all out and make sure it went into charities, but it's done in. Yeah, that was good. I like that. That was that we raised that money on the Monday to Friday ones, and then on the Saturday to Sunday one, that's the money which goes to the channel, to buying the stuff that I need to buy for the channel, things like, and that raised the money which was used to buy things like a green screen, etc., and stuff like that. But the plan was to hopefully raise enough money to do a trip around the UK, which we didn't do, but I think we're probably going to work out a way to do anyway, because if the channel keeps growing in numbers, it's going to be financially able to support it. So, yeah.
I'll up the ante a little bit. If at any point, tell us if you get a £500 super chat, and I'll make Dragon paint a Shadow Sword in Berlin Brigade camo.
Notice how she puts me forward for this.
Notice how she doesn't say that she will supply the Shadow Sword.
I'll supply it.
Right. For those who aren't familiar, Berlin Brigade is a rather interesting looking camouflage. And it is one of the worst camouflages imaginable to actually try and paint.
Consider Berlin Brigade as sort of the ancestor of digital.
Oh, and there could be a return of Hot Tub Historian, but that could be that's a whole other thing which is being potentially planned, and that's going to be a fun one for next Christmas.
Just be grateful there was no possibility of onsen historian.
Oh, that's not okay. That's tedious to paint on a 25 scale model, but that's still not.
I was considering onsen historian until Fleet got quite so into the onsens, and then I thought onsen historian might become problematic.
I'm going to drop a link in chat.
You figure out what Berlin Brigade is?
Yeah.
Next question. Right then, Leslie. Given the 1934 Ketsumaiden Jinkan League of Blood incident, and the naval officers had killed everyone on the list, what effect would that have? And that does include killing Mitsumasa Yonai in the Willow World. That leads to a civil war. That leads to an actual civil war. Because people there are some people on that list who are literally holding the country together. Mitsumasa Yonai is one of them. And also, in the nicest way, I can think of a few things which are likely to cause more trouble with the... how do I put this politely? Look, the thing about the Japanese gangs, and one of the things you learn about them is they used to have official officers. and they only stopped having them recently. And Yakuza, that is, I'm talking about. And they often are some of the first organizations to respond when there are problems in their areas. For example, I think it's not that long ago, before we were in Japan, that when there was an issue with the waterworks in their area and a municipality was working out how it was going to fund it quickly to get to fix the waterworks, a whole load of gold coins were dropped off that had the value necessary to fix it.
Wasn't that extremely recently?
Yes, that was extremely recently. And even while we were out in Japan, there were a fair number of the museums who, when I was talking to about, and I was asking sort of, so what do you do when you have funding issues? Well, they don't have funding issues, because if there are funding issues, they're sponsored by major companies. But even the ones which are sponsored by major companies often have other support from the local area. And these people, the Willow World is part of their world. It's under their protection. And in the nicest way, that's one of the reasons why I think also, not just the guard that he had posted, but there's the realization that you take out the guard, you're going to be having a direct conversation with someone from the Imperial family, which is not going to be a nice one. But also, you take out the guard, the next set of guards are going to be people from the Willow World. And that means you're going to be crossing organizations which
have an annoying amount of reach and power.
Yes.
And are very difficult to track down in their reach and power. It's just, yes. You're here too. Oh.
Yeah.
Like, why can't we get supplies anymore? And the ones we do get are of the lowest possible quality.
AC-75, are many Yakuza ex-military JSFDF? That's an interesting question to look into. There are other sources of highly trained and skilled people in Japan. And the two groups are not necessarily as divergent as you'd imagine they would be. Because also, it depends. I had an interesting conversation with someone while I was in Japan, which was basically along the lines of real Yakuza versus people who pretend to be their Yakuza. And how the fake Yakuza give the real Yakuza a bad name because they don't follow the rules. And when the fake Yakuza are found out, they race to try and get arrested by the police because they really don't want to have the conversation with the real Yakuza. Which was an interesting conversation to be having with a gentleman who was in one of the few onsen in that area I was in Tokyo, which allowed people in with tattoos to come into them. Which, if you know anything about the onsen, there's often they don't allow people with their tattoos to come into them because tattoos are a sign of being a member of the Yakuza in quite a lot of Japan.
I believe traditionally they were about the only people in Japan who had tattoos.
Yes.
For at least a while. Which was also...
But I will also say that guy was an absolute goldmine. He recommended two very nice 24-hour restaurants to me, which I used to while I was in Tokyo. And they were absolutely lovely. And it was. I was worried going into one. It said no foreigners. But when I said I produced his card and said I was sent here by this gentleman, they were very, very friendly and very kind to me and suddenly started to speak English.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice, gent.
Yeah.
I would say he was somewhere in his about 70s, but he was a very fit 70s.
It feels like it's fulfilling all the tropes of Terry Pratchett's Thieves Guild and things.
Yes. They were, but also, again, it's one of the things I found when we've travelled around. It's like, do you remember the biker gang we made friends with in Australia? I think it was in... because they were all the people in leather jackets, and we'd made friends with them, and then they turned up the next day when we were giving the talk at the frigate at the frigate museum, the frigate, and suddenly about half the people who attended were wearing leather jackets, and were listening to our talks. Yeah, there was sort of a case of how did you? Oh, we met them in the pub the night before, or something.
They were I mean, folks tend to be interesting.
Yeah, we tend the ship crew as a whole tends to pick up random people when we want around.
Doc, why do I feel like if you hand me a dossier when I do get to Australia, I should be very careful about who I call on it?
They'll all be very nice and helpful people. Night 6 everyone. If the USN built 12 Kidd DDGs, 88 Spruance DDGs, 243 frigates, 108 OHPs, 103 Knox, 6 Brooks, 24 Garcia, and 2 Bronson, how long might it take to fully retire those fleets?
I mean, it's going to take a long time simply because the paperwork is going to take forever. If you've got that many ships.
And what should they be running all those ships at the same time?
I mean, that's a vast fleet. That's a fighting a Battle of the Atlantic size fleet.
Yeah. Ooh,
it also depends how quickly you're building
email. Yeah.
How quickly are you building something like that? Because they're going to take. Because
in a nice way, those are going in a nicest way. Those aren't going to be retired at the same time. Those are going to be if you build those things, they're going to be operating roughly the same period as they were historically operating. But 108 OHPs, etc., and all these things, you're building all these ships. They're going to be lasting longer, but they're also going to be sold off to allies. They're going to be some of them are going to be got rid of, but also some of them might be mothballed and put in reserve state and storage status for a few years to come through.
I mean, because if you're building them slowly, I'm just trying to think. If you build them slowly, then you're going to still be churning out new ones, particularly with things like the OHPs and the Noxes, when you're retiring some of them.
Yeah. I think probably that means the USN still has a frigate force a larger frigate force to this day. I mean, not having probably the same conversations we're currently having about the LCS and the LCS could still have been built, honestly, but they would be more an adjunct to this force, and it would have probably given time to sort out and work out what to do with them.
Well, they wouldn't have been trying to fulfill all the roles.
No. I would say Stafford, on terms of, because there's a discussion about onsens and the tattoos thing. I would say, from our experience, the onsen, which are the more spiritual ones, the natural hot springs, the really special ones, they are very much a hard and fast no tattoo rule. Some are slightly more genteel than others, but they were the most firm on it because they're also spiritual places, and it's to do with there's a bit of a religious reason going on there. Then there are ones which were, I would say, in between, where they'd allow you to cover up your tattoos, and usually going to some of the more interesting local ones. Some of them would allow you to wear allow your tattoos and not worry about it, and some wouldn't. And I think the rule comes from, again, the Yakuza wouldn't cover up their tattoos. So the idea for some of them, it's basically a way of going, right, we won't get Yakuza in here. It's for tourists. They'll cover up they'll be happy to cover up their tattoos with special bandages. Yeah. It'd be interesting. 8420. What if the French went for the opposite of the Juno Cole, aka mostly capital ship fleet, because who needs escorts anyway?
That's kind of what a number of people have ended up doing. I mean,
yeah.
Look at the Germans.
The
High
Americans,
seas.
Americans pre-World War One, quite a lot of nations did actually do that on the idea they could build the smaller ships quickly, and it creates an unbalanced fleet in the other way, and that's the problem because the British would go, "Oh, that's good. Don't worry, we have battleships to hold you down, but we also have destroyers and well, probably large torpedo boats." The interesting thing is that if the French don't go for the Junocole, you probably still get eventually the torpedo boat evolve into destroyer, but it wouldn't happen as it did, where the destroyer is literally responsible to the torpedo boat. It would be an evolution of the torpedo boat, so it would go far closer to the German historical model. Nice one. Does modern war navy mean modern warships? Yes.
Insofar as we are able, without having to break various felonious NDAs.
As always, following the wiki rule. It's publicly declared information or not at all. Knights again, everyone. Why was the USN considering 127mm 5-inch triple turret mount as a world warships CBT&I? Everyone does design studies. That doesn't mean they're going to do it. Sometimes they do a design study just to show why not to do it.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I found nothing showing they were considering.
It's
literally,
I think
could this be built?
It's come from a design study. I think there was a design study, but it's literally we could build this, but these are reasons why not to build it study.
To be fair, you need that just to fend off Congress.
Yeah, you do these. The British do the same thing. The Royal Navy is always doing these studies, which basically are to develop. It's kind of like quite a lot of the studies going through now. I could predict about the idea of because apparently there has been a study which is public information because the government's already has been talking about the idea of actually taking all the weapons off a future Type 83 replacement and having it as the weapons are all mounted on these uncrewed vessels which operate in a shoal of warships, a shoal of units around the crewed ship. And I'm fairly certain the study which is on that one will probably conclude this is an absolutely stupid idea and we should never do this. Because it is a stupid idea and you should never do it.
Well, yes.
Waiting for the British government to release the Amicable class Type 83 in 3, 2, 1.
Luckily, in the nicest way, the Type 83 won't have the firm design till after the next general election. So, in a nice way, as far as we all know, the government will have completely changed their mind about 3 times before we get there.
Only 3?
Well, it's usually every single time there's a change in Foreign Secretary, Defense Secretary, or Prime Minister. And Carrot1151, the invention of which shipboat propulsion method do you think has had the biggest impact on world history? The moment you had ships become able to be self-propelled instead of depending on the wind, that changes a lot of naval warfare doctrine. Because traditionally, by that point, British had got an operation of, we leave a fleet at this position off the European coast. These are where the winds will make them wash up. That's how we did a lot of our blockade. This is where the concept of distant blockade comes from. How do we stop French fleets returning home from the Americas? Or Spanish fleets? Well, the winds usually take the various winds usually take them to here or here. We have squadron in both places, waiting for them to come into our warm and loving embrace.
Because the French hated going through the Bay of Biscay.
Yes!
Which to be fair, is the Bay of Biscay.
And because usually there was this thing called the Western Squadron sitting there. And this is also the problem after the Battle. This is one of the things I talk about the Battle of Trafalgar. Because people sometimes go, yeah, if Nelson loses the Battle of Trafalgar, Britain falls. And I go, no, if Nelson loses the Battle of Trafalgar, the Franco-Spanish fleet, the combined fleet, then has to run through the Western Squadron. Which, whilst it's not headed by someone dashing like Nelson, who is going to do a very cool win, is full of people who are the kind of naval officers who are not going to make mistakes. They're not going to do dashing, glorious things, but they're not going to make mistakes. And they've got an advantage in numbers and in size, and they are waiting for you to come to them.
And then after that, they've actually got to land.
No, then after that they have the Channel Squadron.
Yes.
And then after
And
that,
then
they
they've got to
no. And then after that, they have the Chatham Squadron, combined with the North Squadron and the other forces from the North Sea.
Yes, and after that, they have to land.
Then after that, no. Then after that, they have to deal with the Baltic Squadron, which will come down that was coming down to meet them. And then they can go and land.
And then they're going to land in the south of England.
Yeah.
Absolute hell to landing, because everywhere you can land has a device for that's been upgraded for the past 400 years.
Yeah.
And there's a pair of armies waiting there for you to land.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sure they'll do just fine.
So yeah.
I
Good
don't
luck!
to make an island would be an interesting campaign.
Stafford, do I have time to mix and pan a meatloaf before the queue reopens? Probably. Chingy from Oz, you get a free modern Perhangs with each Type 20 modern Perhangs with each Type 26 and 31. Presume all systems up to date. What would you mount on the 4 turret positions, assuming you had free choice of all weapons? Guns, rams, close in systems. Ooh. So let me just remind myself of the metacentric height of the Pohangs.
And his additional info, if it matters, presume they will accompany your Type 2631s like an annoying baby brother. Can match range, modern sensors, already manned, so no supply issues.
Now, the Pohang was a Codog, which was quite a combined diesel or gas system. They were historically armed with Ottomalera 76s, so in nicest way, I'm going to stick to the Ottomalera 76s. I'm not going to get rid of something which was a winning personality. They didn't have a helicopter platform. I'm probably going to keep. I am probably going to go for Naval Strike Missile on them. I'm probably going to go for Sea Scepter on them. A nice sort of 8 Naval Strike Missiles, 32 Sea Scepters, and I might add in another. I might add in a 40mm or a couple of 4. If I can somehow get it to a similar armament as the Type 31, so 2 40mm, a 76mm, and some Sea Scepters and Naval Strike Missiles, then I'll be happy. And seeing as they displaced around about 1,000 tons fully loaded, that's going to be hard, but looking at design, not impossible. Not impossible. Hard, but not impossible.
Where is my mech standard gray?
But honestly, I'd be quite happy with those little ships to wander around. I would probably be using them to... Again, this is the thing of when people go, oh, why would you want up arm and OPV? I go, have a look at those. That's what you use as an OPV in a higher threat environment. They're cute.
Doc, whenever you say cute, I just substitute it for lethal. And I find that the lineup is pretty close.
I also would like to point out that the Chungham class, which are the direct descendants of them and are the ones that are currently under construction, are actually Chungham is actually in active service, are about 4,300 tons fully loaded, so roughly 4 times the size. And they're armed with a 5-inch gun, close in a CIWS, some torpedo tubes, some land attack missiles, and some 16 SAMs. Oh no, they're armed with 16 cells, which are quad-packed with 4 SAMs each, so they carry 64 SAM missiles. Oh, they're sexy.
Do they know it?
Mm-hmm. They are really quite beautiful.
Again, substitute lethal.
No, I think sexy substitutes for capable.
They're good-looking ships.
Sexy substitutes for fast. Because I've never met a slow ship that's sexy for her time.
I don't know. I think the Colorados are pretty sexy.
No, they don't. They
Rodney.
look like hippos.
What about Rodney?
You're fat shaming.
No, the Colorados are comely.
You're still fat shaming.
They're hippos. They're massive, they're slow, but they bite and they charge.
They are a Botticelli-inspired design.
Oh, I was being cruel.
You know,
Accurate, but cruel.
I know as a token American on a panel full of Brits, I signed myself up to deal with a lot of stuff. But come on, guys.
You don't have. Let's
this
be honest. You're not
insulting.
even sure what comely means.
I've never seen it used in a positive light.
This is for Dan's question. Rodney and Nelson, we love them, but they do look like oil tankers. They got the oil tanker all form.
Mm. Rick Vasava.
Now, Renown. No, shit.
Juicy Sushi. Now that is cruel. That is cruel, Juicy Sushi. That is cruel. They're not fat, they're festively plump. So in other words, they're turkeys. Rick Vasava, 2529. Was the Iris frigate Dina a legitimate target for the US sub that sank it? And would the Dana have ammo on board and be able to defend itself? Iran said it was just an exercise with no ammo. It was a no-fire exercise, but if you're seriously sending a warship around the world with no ammunition on, that's on you. As a rule, warships travel the world with ammunition on them, and live ammunition, because wars can happen at any point. And considering the global situation, the presumption would always be it has ammunition on board. So that doesn't matter. Is it a legitimate target? Yes.
It's a warship.
They're in a state of war. It's a warship. I'm sorry, it's a legitimate target. There are various discussions around it, around the methodology used, but in nicest way, none of them really pertain to a submarine, and none of them really pertain to the action it was involved that happened. So yes, it's a legitimate target, and it's allowed. I'm sorry.
Nice.
It's one of the things of I have seen various discussions about sinking certain cruisers in the Falklands War, which have had more plausibility than some of the stuff which has been dredged up to try and argue that was illegitimate. And the whole thing of you don't presume your enemy is unarmed.
If the
Iranians are now currently might be claiming it was unarmed, but it shouldn't have been, just because it's gone to an exercise. If it wasn't armed, that's on them, not anyone else. That's their own stupidity, and that means they basically sent those people to their death with no ability to defend themselves.
I'm sorry. I have more respect for the Iranians than to think they would have sent out a ship like that unarmed.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
They are too competent and too sensible to make a mistake like that.
Yeah. They're not gonna.
And it's also I'm reading the Indian news of all things.
No, in the nicest way, no. Stop bringing that stuff here. The problem is the crew of the USN submarine violated the Geneva Convention by not helping look for survivors. Not the sub's job. No. Sorry,
they don't have facilities to do it.
Nope.
That was proven. That's an argument that failed at
Nuremberg.
Yeah. That's an argument which has failed every single time because submarines do not have the space. Submarines don't do it. Also, in nicest way, a submarine surfacing is going to cause other issues as well. So no, that's not the submarine's job.
Remember, you're only legally required to assist survivors if your ship is not under threat.
Yes.
A submarine that surfaces in a hostile air environment is under significant threat.
Yeah, if you want to make an argument about the illegality of what's going on in the Persian Gulf right now, there is no international law argument right now that matters, at least. If you want to make a U.S. domestic law argument, yeah, there's some that you can make. But as far as international law, there's not a single one you can make that matters.
And also, let's be honest, the people who wrote the rules were writing the rules to suit them. So do you
Yeah.
think anyone is going to write a law which basically means their submarines have to surface and take on prisoners? When you consider the size of submarine crews, the space on board them, where were they going to put the prisoners?
Load them in the torpedo tubes.
It's been this. I've been beating the same drum for the last 6 months, a year.
Look,
The international law doesn't much matter. It's U.S. domestic law at this
also,
point.
Rick Salva, there's an issue. There's an issue between rules of engagement. If you're using rules of engagement of a Coast Guard formation, that would not be a target. But remember, the Coast Guard are a policing force, a maritime security force. They're not a warfighting force. They have a different rule of engagement and profile, and they don't have submarines. And the thing is, when you in considering its track and where it's going, it could have started to. It could have been doing an interesting run into the Indian Ocean to try and cause issues. It certainly wasn't hugging the coast.
It could go and do something. It could do something like go and bombard Diego Garcia Air Base.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get back to the original point. Let's go back quickly. So, from browsing Indian news network, the Indian Foreign Ministry's been going, no, we have footage of it firing live ammunition. It was armed.
Yes.
And they was doing it off their coasts.
Yeah.
Alongside Pakistan, and it's like, it's not even confirmed it was unarmed.
No.
But like I say, I wouldn't believe they would do that because I have more respect for them than that. And I don't have a huge amount of respect for them. But they're not that stupid. And that's not going to be that's an operational decision made by professionals, that kind of thing, not something which a politician is going to have any say over.
No, a politician's never going to want to get involved in that level of running the things.
No, so you're not going to... You'd actually have to probably go out and actively disarm it and demunition it to do that.
You literally have to in a nicest way, look at what they put warships through when they have to destock their ammunition before they go into maintenance and maintenance.
And kind of piggybacking off of what Dan's saying, the movement of U.S. assets to the Persian Gulf area was going on for like 3 weeks. And
longer than that, if you look at long-term items going in there.
Yeah, but I'm looking at it as far as Joe Civilian can see, or Jane Civilian. So this was highly telegraphed, and also Iran has been engaged in gray war operations forever. So I don't think that anybody in the Iranian chain of command would have thought that a ship returning from a joint multinational exercise / showboating event was somehow exempt from attack by hostile actors.
No.
It's one of those times. I can't point a gun at you,
Frank,
and then claim you were in the wrong for attacking me because you didn't know if I had loaded it or not.
Frank, but I'm not saying the U.S. Guard doesn't do that. It doesn't do a lot of things. I do agree, and I've done videos about them, and I've even said at certain points that they were actually doing. At certain points in the Battle Atlantic, there are more U.S. Coast Guard ships involved in the Battle Atlantic directly than the U.S. Navy ships, because the U.S. Navy doesn't always have an infinite number of ships to go around, and they have to have them elsewhere. And those are usually the points at which the Canadians are actually supplying more ships than pretty much anyone else in the Battle Atlantic in terms of convoy escorts and what's going on. The thing is, their rules of engagement are different. They are a maritime security service. That is what they are first as. The U.S. Navy is a warfighting service first off. The U.S. Navy is a warfighting service that does maritime security. The U.S. Coast Guard are a maritime security service that does warfighting. And that might sound like a distinction without a difference, but there is a subtle difference in the rules of engagement and the way and how they teach their people to operate. It's kind of like when you're using police versus soldiers to do certainly in the UK terms, police versus soldiers to do raids, to arrest people. The police's first instinct is to subdue and arrest. The soldier's first instinct in training is to eliminate threat and then
Neutralise.
deal with. Neutralize the threat is usually the phrase used today. So yeah,
It's the politer phrase of
yeah.
The army training does not really leave much room for having anything left to ask questions of.
Yeah. 9681,
There is
to answer that, and it's not disputed if the Dana was armed or not. There are some sources which have claimed the Dana was not armed. There are a plethora of sources, plus common sense and logic, that it was armed.
And most of the ones that are claiming it was unarmed are Iranian or pro-Iranian.
And most ones claiming it was armed are neutral or anti-Iranian, including the Indian. I would say I wouldn't classify the Indian government as being as being particularly pro or anti anyone in this debate. More just probably, I would honestly say they are doing it for the ships and giggles.
I've just checked. Even Al Jazeera is not running the story of it being unarmed.
I know Al Jazeera is usually a fairly decent news network in some regards. I know I've been on it a few times.
Yeah.
Slayer, your ban's been revoked, so you can rejoin the server when you need to.
Who?
Somebody's account got hacked and was pushing crypto scam, which just basically means they were pushing crypto, and we banned them because of it. So they
Not the Slayer we
claimed. Yeah, I think it's a different Slayer.
Pretty sure it is.
So they've claimed recovery of the account, so I have unbanned them.
Yeah. And right, next question. If Foxo's go-to bolt-action rifle of choice from Timu?
Go-to bolt action. Oh. SMLE Mark II. That's one of the few I've actually shot. And it's one of the Canadian vintage ones that had the full length barrel on it. It kicked like a mule. Then again, 303 does that.
My mum's would be the 4T, the Lee Enfield 4T. I know that's her favourite. She likes she has one of those she uses regularly for practice. I first learnt to shoot a big gun on the 96, which I always quite liked. But I have also got used to the 115. Yeah, there are some quite nice ones around, but I do have to admit I have a soft spot as well for the 40. The Lee Enfield for a 40. It's not really. It's much more of a modified gun than it is a true long rifle, but it's a nice one to use.
I'm a fan of the Steyr Scout. Personally,
Nice choice.
unfortunately, as much as I could potentially afford one this year or next year, I don't know if I'm still allowed to purchase firearms, and B, I don't shoot enough to justify buying a several $1,000 rifle.
Lions. If Canada and Australia had bought a QE carrier, what would they have called it? Well, you'd go with the options. Honestly, seeing as they have the Canberra class in service for the Australians, and they're called Canberra and Adelaide, I'm presuming Perth, maybe? Perth or Sydney?
Aren't they?
For the
Aren't they already in use as names?
I don't think Perth is.
No, because we saw Perth in there.
Perth is an Anzac class frigate. No, we didn't see her. We saw a Hobart class in there. So it might be
Oh, it
HMS.
was Sydney.
HMS
I thought we saw
Sydney.
Sydney then. I remember being scared because she was going to be operating on her
Sydney. It was
own.
a Hobart class, yes. So Sydney's a Hobart class. So, that's going to be quite complicated for them to work out what they name it then.
Honestly, they could just call it Australia because they haven't currently got one of them as a name.
Their previous of aircraft carriers have been Sydney, Melbourne, and Vengeance. So maybe Melbourne. Is there an HMS Melbourne at the moment?
Probably they only have about.
They have an
6?
Adelaide class frigate, which was decommissioned in 2019. So maybe they could have gone with Melbourne. For the Canadians.
Didn't they call one didn't they have Magnificent?
They had Bonaventure. They had Bonaventure and Magnificent, and I think Bonaventure lasts the longest. So they might go with Bonaventure again. But it would be an interesting time to see what they would go with. There's a whole lot of it. Whereas it's realistically quite easy to work out what their class of ships are going to be named. Once you're getting into an aircraft carrier, you're getting into a whole lot of politics in naming of them. Remember, in the UK, the Queen Elizabeth class, there is still a large chunk of the SNP who refuse to believe that Queen Elizabeth is named after Queen Elizabeth I and not Queen Elizabeth II. Because they believe building something which is named for Queen Elizabeth I in Scotland would have been an insult.
I'm sorry, have they met the British government?
Yeah, also have they met the Royal Navy naming? She's carrying the battle honours of Queen Elizabeth I, of the Queen Elizabeth, HMS Queen Elizabeth from World War One, and that's what she is.
Yes.
What ship class have a reputation which would change the most if it results in situation their famous battle was reversed? Battle cruisers if there weren't so many lost at Jutland, or alternatively if Hood and Prince of Wales had sunk the Bismarck at Baldering Strait, which according to all the odds they should have done. That would probably have changed. That would change most people's assessment of battle cruisers. It would also possibly mean that Hood ended up being kept post-war for a museum ship.
I wonder if Enterprise had been sunk. I wonder if the Yorktown class would have a different reputation, because then you'd have lost all three, especially if you'd lost all three early on in the war. I could see that changing the reputation of them as carriers.
Yes.
I mean, I think
it would be in the nicest way. It would make a lot of people probably blame it on the fact the Americans hadn't gone for a more armored carrier approach, because they'd be comparing it to the Illustrious class and their survivability, or something like that. Probably because that's what. People, in a nicest way, it tends to be the people who are writing whole histories of the war who make these assumptions, and they're usually more political historians than military historians when they're doing it. And these are some of my friends. I've read their books, and I've had this conversation with them. I'm going, you've made this assessment, yes. How much do you know about warship design on this front? Only what you tell me. Okay.
Would that make it your fault then?
Yeah.
Because the issue, I'm trying to remember what
probably
actually killed
Stafford.
I'm pretty sure quite a lot of it was torpedoes, which did perfectly well for killing Royal Navy submarines, and I don't think none of the Illustrious class or later took a torpedo, did they? At any stage.
The Illustrious class had better torpedo defenses than most of their counterparts. The British, the one
But
which didn't had compromise on its torpedo defenses was Ark Royal. But you have to remember, Ark Royal was actually lighter than Illustrious.
yeah, and also Ark Royal needed a refit, didn't she? So
Yeah,
she had
she
problems
needed
with
refit,
her
all sorts of things.
water
Yeah, but the Illustrious class had they had a lot of protections going on. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, that's the one I could think of that where it would change.
Frank Bell, Yorktown and Hornet took a beating to think they did, but the thing is, look at the and this is the example I give to myself is the tribal class destroyers. The amount of people who turn around and tell me they're bad destroyers because so many of them are sunk or lost during World War II. And I hope the book I've written and various things puts that to sleep and goes, well, no, they're used a lot for very high risk missions because they're the things best available which can best do this. And the trouble is, your luck only lasts so long when you're doing a high risk mission. But the reputation for several years, I would argue, in the 50s, 60s, 70s onwards, even with Martin Bryce's work going on, was very solidly these were bad ships because so many were lost. Because people didn't look into the reasons they were lost; they just looked at them; they were lost. And that's the thing. When you're dealing with some of these big, massive general histories written, they don't look at the reason they were lost. They just tell you they were lost. It's the same with the books which just write, and 12 destroyers, and don't give you the names of the ships. Don't tell you what destroyers they were. This is the sort of history. Unfortunately, this is what you tend to read in the very general histories, which tend to inform what I would call inform the cultural memory of history, because they are read by the widest audience. Something which I think YouTube is very good at democratizing and spreading out and giving more people a chance to hear more of the stuff. Sergeant Tommy, I'm going to answer that one despite it not getting into the questions. Using Rule the Waves logic, what ship would be named after you, Drakenfell, and armored carriers? Armored carriers have got to have an armored carrier. Jamie Seedor's got to have an armored carrier. There's nothing else which can go there for there. For Drac, what do we all think? A battleship or something? A battleship or cruiser? He's recently done a video on battle cruisers where he did show off his love for them.
But at the same time, he has just written the book on Belfast.
Probably, I'm gonna go. He does like a light cruiser. Okay, I'm gonna go for a 6-inch light cruiser. You've persuaded me. And I'm gonna let you all decide what you think I would be named. I'm gonna be named for me.
Training cruiser.
Hmm?
You give me Jean d'Arc vibes at times.
Yeah, no, I can understand that.
Hey, teaching the French Navy how to actually cruiser.
Yeah.
I just have visions of HMS Clarke, the 17th Tribal class. Yeah, we made a slight mistake with the ordering. We accidentally posted this order to who would it be?
Carlton Wolf.
Camel Laird. They weren't supposed to actually get one of these destroyers, but we sent one out by mistake, and they're so far through building her that we felt bad declining it, and so we found this group of kind of Cornish, Scottish privateers, who keep on popping up in the history if you look deep enough. Mainly at the pay books, rather than the medal listings. Yes, we thought we'd name it after them. Sound reasonable?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Or Drac just gets renown, maybe? Or Warspite are the other options for him.
Yeah. Well, if he's getting Warspite, I'm taking her renown. She's my baby. She's pretty. It says the guy whose literal my literal screen on my computer, the image I use is a picture of Unicorn, Renown, a county class, a town class, and Implacable. That's a great picture.
Oh, that reminds me. When is your PhD coming out?
It's supposed to be out, but well, I'm having conversations. It's going to be published online soon, digitally published. By the uni, it's going to come out. It's just paperwork. It was supposed to be published at the beginning of this year, but it's being paperwork. And
Okay.
to be fair, it wasn't helped by me because when they originally sent me the thing, I thought they didn't want all the appendices, so I sent them a condensed appendices because I thought it was too long. And then they went, "This isn't your full length appendices." I went, "No, but the full length appendices is a larger file size than you wanted it to be, and it couldn't even zipped." And I went, "Oh," and so that was partially on me when they wanted it to be digital version. So that partially has been me because I was going, and these things are being worked out. And it takes longer than it should do. And Clarke, how useful was the French base in Madagascar? Could it have been the French Singapore with more investment, or is it more like Cyprus? It could have become Singapore with more investment, but as it was more like Cyprus. That's the answer, basically. Walter Brodus, play on the retirement of US Nets. Play on the retirement of US Nets cancelled at the last minute this weekend. Push back to 2027. A good idea? Ooh.
I've got better carrier better than no carrier.
It's I think in the nicest way, it's a way of trying to increase the US Navy to 12 carriers, but there is also realization of things which are in service, etc., and are available versus ones which are in maintenance. The thing is, though, that does mean when she retires, she is going to be 55 years old. Because she was launched in May 1972. It was commissioned in May 1975, so she will have served for 52 years, and she'll be 55 years old as far as we consider in her lifetime, because we count from the day launched. And she was first laid down in 1968. So there are going to be parts of her which are 59 years old. She's going to be an old ship. She's still a good ship.
Well, yeah,
But the thing is, extending her life means that they can wait for the John F. Kennedy to commission. Basically, I think they've delayed it to after or simultaneously with the John F. Kennedy commissioning, so they maintain their 11-12 carrier, their 11 carrier force, because theoretically they're supposed to have 12 carriers, but they actually pass a law regularly which allows them to maintain just 11 carriers. But they do it by maintaining a fiction with the carriers being under construction. Kennedy is taking part, currently doing sea trials and various things, but the service entry has been delayed a bit. She did, I think she successfully passed builder's trials from memory.
question is, what state is Nimitz in? Because if you knew that you were retiring a ship, you may have skimped on some of the maintenance for a while leading up. That would be my worry. Is if you'd cancel it at the very, very last minute, then that's a problem, because actually you're going to be running her down for a while beforehand.
Well, she'd actually reported to prepare for decommissioning as of the 10th of March this year. But I think that she was also going to, as a part of her final droid, she was going to be taking part in some Seas 2026 exercises, so she was quite well worked up. And they basically delayed it for a year. So I don't think she's in that bad an order.
Okay. It's not that. Yeah, it was more kind of some of the maintenance stuff I thought might be.
Yeah, there are things you sometimes muck around with, but nuclear carriers are not one of them.
It's also just the habitability stuff. It's like, would you bother to fix washrooms and things like that? Or, well, I suppose you'd expect to do a lot of that stuff.
Yeah,
by the crew.
And also, I would like to point out that Nimitz isn't the one which is currently being listed as having issues with her toilets out of the American carriers. There is another carrier. There is another carrier which is having issues with her toilets.
You also have a lot of very stupid asterisks, 18, 19, and 20-year-olds that may actually be away from home for the first time, flushing things that they shouldn't.
Yes. This is a normal experience. Trust me. I am. This is one of the joys of being a course director for an organization called Justin Craig, which I love. I love it, but I'm going away. One of the reasons why you're going to get some weeks where there's going to be even no, there might not even be a Bruships. There's just going to be a premiere on that Sunday, is because, and I'm recording special videos for those. There's going to be things like how many VLS does the ship need, etc. It's because one of the things you do as course director is you have to sometimes have interesting conversations with toilets using your hands to find out what has been flushed which wasn't supposed to be.
Do you need vet gloves?
I wish. No. I just soap up really well afterwards.
So, yes, he does need vet gloves. He does not have any, and he wishes that he had some.
No, I don't, because then I'd have to find a way to store aforementioned vet gloves and clean them and sanitize them afterwards anyway. And
no, they're disposable.
Yes, disposable?
Disposable. Oh, even more fun. Disposable ones. Where am I going to put them?
In your bag?
I don't want to carry them home.
Do you mean when they're used?
Yes.
You put them in the bin?
Yeah, in the nicest way. In schools, there are limited bins you can put things in the UK, in the schools in the UK. They will literally have paper recycling bins, they'll have general waste bins, they have, and they have what they call cleaning bins, and I'm not allowed to use the cleaning bins in the school, because the last time I used them, I got told off by the school.
You put them in the general waste
No,
bin.
they're not allowed to go in that, not allowed to go in the general waste bin. The nicest way. Don't.
Okay.
I have had. You are talking about in nicest way. The equivalent to the HOAs in the UK is school bureaucracy in the UK. All right? That's the criteria of the thing I usually say. If you want the closest thing to an HOA in the UK, you look at some of the rules around school operations.
Okay. Have you been trained? And I mean, like, I have a certification trained in human bio waste.
No, I'm expected to do it, but okay. I've had no training.
Then you don't do it. If they're going to make it that difficult for you to do the job safely and effectively, you don't do it.
Then I won't have a working toilet, and that causes more problems, especially as it always seems to be the girls' loo which gets these issues.
Then you call the 24-hour plumber and pay them 180 quid just to show up.
Okay, then, first of all, who's responsible for paying the plumber? Is it us or the school? The renters or the school? And don't get me started on that whole thing. It's nicest way. Look, it gets sorted out. It's fine. And some of the schools are very nice, and they do help out. And they will go and do it. Some of the schools never seem to have people on who will do that. They'll have the IT people on, though, so that's helpful enough. They'll keep the computer systems running. And I don't mind.
Honestly, I just stick it in a baggie.
Yeah.
I mean, you do have a doctor that has access to extensive bio waste disposal in the chat.
No, I just drop it in a normal bin in the street. I mean,
the thing is,
nasty, but
every time I try to arrange to meet him when I'm on one of these courses, he's always busy. He doesn't come and see me. I managed to track down Gareth quite easily in London, but that's because I know where his favourite pubs are.
Foxhound, you need to buy 4, 6, and 8 mil nitrile gloves, and you will find that they actually are quite difficult to rip, at least when they're new.
Smiling flip flops. As a plumber in a hospital, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. 676-3100. Is the USN looking for a frigate that's basically a modernized Spruance class destroyer of the 80s? Pretty much. I think that's what the Constellation was ending up towards. And the trouble is, what they really need is an OHP. But the trouble is, an OHP, as sensible and as viable as it would be, is not going to pass the sniff test of all the people who are worried about, but what happens if this happens and we lose a ship? I'm going to get sued, or I'm going to look bad. This is one of the problems. This is one of the scenarios you have to deal with in modern procurement, and I've had this conversation with all sorts of different levels of people on the things of, I'm going, do you really need, okay, so yes, we want these systems in. Oh no, we don't have the money for that. Okay, fine. But then at the same point, they'll turn around and go, we have to have this, this, and this in. Various really advanced sensor systems. Why? To get the best chance of survival. I just asked for an extra close-in weapon system. You don't want that. You don't have the money for that. But you're putting in the really latest sensors. Yes, because if we don't, then if anything goes wrong, we'll be held accountable. But you won't be if you don't have enough close-in weapon systems. As long as we have one, we've put it in. So your actual policy is, as long as we have one of everything, you've done your bit and you're going to be safe. But we're not actually going to be safe. They
yes,
don't like,
this is
at that point, they don't like me.
This is our new rifle company. It's 100 men. They have one rifle, which has one round.
How is liability attaching to the manufacturer for a vessel lost in an active shooting war?
Oh, it's not the manufacturer. It's the procurement, the personnel involved in the procurement on the other side. And that's not necessarily liability. In American terms, they often talk about being sued. They thought that the families will sue them. That's what one person wants actually told me.
There's no port there to sue them.
Don't try and apply logic.
I'm not applying logic. I'm trying to apply my understanding of the law.
Okay, so the idea goes, and this is mainly, I think, from watching TV law shows, because it never seems to be the legal departments of these companies which have these ideas. It's the people who are definitely not in the legal departments who have these ideas. When you're talking about this procurement, that the idea goes that if it can be found that they were negligent in their procurement and didn't put in the correct systems, then instead of them being defended, but because they were negligent, they lose the protection of being part of the government and not being able to be sued.
That's not how qualified immunity works.
I know that. You know that. But
like that's not how. That's not even how qualified immunity works, let alone federal immunity.
I know that. I know. Because I've had it explained to me a few times. But as I've tried to, as I've said, it's often these things are being done by people who have, in my mind, also to an extent, managed to work themselves up into a frenzy over the wrong things.
I can kind of get the logic, though. Because the government, as I understand it, is a professional club who's a club who specializes in decking. It's a specialized club who throws people under buses, and they're very good at throwing people under buses. So if you're negligent, they'll throw you under the bus, and you take the heat for it.
Yeah.
Which tends to be getting sued or fined or
fired or thrown to the wall.
Fired or having your pension stripped away from you.
Yeah, these are all things.
Prison time.
You are talking about a country which has had some very interesting experience in terms of the UK as well. In the UK, in terms of things of well, a few years ago, if you look it up, was it?
Thank you, Kia.
Yeah, there was
Stretch blank.
you know, we've had some very interesting issues in the UK. We had the David Kelly incidents and various things like that, which were interesting in British history. So, how do I put it? There are. I don't want to get conspiracy theories on this because it's not really conspiracy theories. It's people covering their butts and their perception of what the risks are. And the risks are personal, not are professionally personal, if that makes sense, in their opinion. But it's, yeah, you get all sorts of fun conversations on these things.
Wait, is David Kelly the Tony Blair guy?
Yeah. It's the most high profile, but it's a sort of weird thing. It's that it can sort of sound conspiracy theory, but basically in that scenario, the guy was kind of made the scapegoat for a lot of what was going on. A lot of the pressure, a lot of the stuff was pushed onto him, which was good for the government because it made someone else the lightning rod, someone else for all the press and everything to be focused on. It was bad for him personally.
Steve wants to know if we're reopening questions.
I don't think so, considering it's half 11. I don't know how many questions we've got left, though.
I know we haven't gotten to the end of the last tranche.
No, I think we've got a few to go. Castaner, what types of mines did Bomber Command place in German canals? Oh, what didn't they? They like to put magnetic ones on. They like to drop them in. There was a whole operation which they were doing this. The British just kept putting mines in the canals, and one of their favourite things was for there to be massive bomber raids going on. So the German fighters would be concentrating on bomber raids on the cities, and then a couple of bombers would mosey along a canal or two and just drop their load in there quietly.
Are you saying they would pretend to get lost?
No, they would come in flying low, so they would under the radar coverage. We have 2 after this. Okay, so we'll take in another 5. That should get us through to midnight, and then we'll finish. If that's okay with everyone.
Yeah.
Yep.
I might bow out a smidge early because Yeah.
Yeah, you've got work tomorrow. You have to save people's lives.
Well, I've also got an Indesit engineer coming early. To fix my washing machine. So I need to get myself ready around that happening as well. At some point in the 3-hour window they give.
Oh, yes.
Have you considered using Gaviscon? I heard it's really good for your washing machines.
I think that's Calgon.
Is it
Calgon?
Washing machines live longer with Calgon.
Live longer with Calgon.
Yeah, washing
Gaviscon is the stomach stuff, isn't it?
Gaviscon is the indigestion remedy, which actually is a beautiful idea of putting that through my dishwasher. Because it's the kind of thing you'd use if you put too much acid in. It's an antacid. Yeah.
Now, Dan, dishwashers are people now. They have rights.
Actually, it's the electrics that have broken anyway. So,
oh good lord, how did you?
Because I've already had them out to figure out what the problem is. Now they're coming to fix it, which apparently will take them about 15 minutes. They just need to replace the power connection to the display,
and they have to give you a 3-hour window for that. Yeah.
To be fair, that they seem to do that, and then what I've also had come through on quite a few days previously with this was I'd get messages going, our engineer is actually free, are you free for them to come around? So I think they budget a long time for each appointment, but then actually the engineer may become free, and actually then they've got a backlog of people and they'll offer to come around earlier than your appointment. Which is
smart.
Yeah, which is actually a good way of running these things.
Next
Which is-
question.
Okay.
Knight 6831, as Iran's drone carrier has pretty much been made a write-off, will future drone carriers build avoid merchant conversions? Probably not. There probably will still be some of them, and the reason Iran's drone carrier was a write-off was it was not part of a task group. It was operating solo, and that doesn't give it any survivability at all. And also, in the nicest way, Iran's drone carrier was always a bit of a that's not really a proper conversion, is it? You don't have the infrastructure to do a proper conversion, do you? You've done that.
I also it also, to be honest, you could give it almost anything up to a reinforced carrier battle group level of protection, and frankly, the US were going to sink it because it's too juicy a target not to.
Let's be honest, there are US Navy submarines and fighter jets wandering around going, this is our first time to actually get something which is these kills in a long time.
Do you have any idea how bad the F-22 must feel? I'm just channeling habitual line crosser here. It's like there's nothing for me to shoot.
Haven't the submarines launched missiles actually knocked up more aircraft destructions now in this war in this conflict alone than the F-22 has in its entire history?
That's because has the F-22 shot down anything ever?
It shot down a balloon.
A weather balloon.
Actually, 2 of them.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah.
Okay. So the lesson there is: do not invite the F-22 to young children's birthday parties. Okay.
Runon, what would be the most dangerous ship to crew with the aforementioned messed up sheep?
HMS Eskimo.
Any World War II, any World War II destroyer.
How about what was it? Nelson or Rodney?
Rodney.
Yeah.
Oh
Rodney.
God, that would be.
It might be a bad taste, but I've got a counterpoint.
Yes.
And that would be a late period Soviet nuclear submarine.
No, that's gonna be crewed by messed up geese, not sheep.
I'm just wondering, with sheep, given how dumb they are, they either launch all the missiles or it pulls a Kursk. Either or.
So, the boring but competent party is not my political party yet. It's basically something me and Drac threaten on a semi-regular basis, that if politics gets worse in the UK, we will form the boring but competent party and get ourselves elected. And our entire thing, we're boring, but we're competent. So you elect us, we'll do what we're going to say we're going to do.
Yeah, and Ronan really likes the acronym for it.
No,
yes,
I do not.
Because BBC is such a friendly acronym to use.
Yep.
I hate you people.
Yeah, Ronan likes the BBC, don't you?
And it automatically will get us a tendency on question time, because let's be honest, the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, will not turn down the boring but competent party from being there. They'll just like the fact there's a BBC. So there'll be a whole debate over, who has rights to BBC. And we'll go, but we don't use BBC. We're the boring but competent party.
Everyone else calls us the BBCs.
That's not us. Oh.
It took too long to get over to the computer so I could kick Foxo from the voice call for it to be funny.
Poemus, what size of Royal Navy and Royal Fleet, excluding Queen Elizabeth Prince of Wales, do you consider being minimum required? And do you think it would ever happen in lifetime Queen Elizabeth Prince of Wales? I don't know. If this continues on for a few more weeks, you might be surprised at how much funding the Royal Navy gets and how politicians remember, hang on, underfunding Navy to that is troublesome. I think we need about 36 escorts. I think that's probably a sensible number. I would like it to be 12 destroyers, 12 principal frigates, and 12 secondary frigates. So basically 12 Type 31 32s, 12 Type 26s, and 12 Type 83s, whatever they might be. Currently, someone has suggested an extended version of the Type 45s, and actually, whilst I'm not that keen on the idea, there is a possibility you redesign the entire superstructure and extend the hull on the Type 26, and that could produce something interesting. But it would not be a Type 26, it would just be making use of an extended version of its hull. Which could be something like interesting. And about the same number of uncrewed sloops, plus some minesweepers and minesweeping motherships and various other things. And as for the auxiliaries, well, I think you need, as I've talked about before, I would like it to a scenario where I would always have available at least 3 tankers. I would like it to be on a scenario where I always had available at least 2 supply ships. So I would probably be saying about 8 supply ships and 12 tankers, plus various bay class, etc., depending on how much of an amphibious task group you want. If you want a full brigade-sized landing force, that's a different structure than if you want a commando raiding force. And realistically, I think we should have a brigade-sized force, ability to insert a brigade-sized force of about 7,000 troops. And I know most NATO brigades are about 5,000, but realistically, if you are going to be going into the high north or doing other independent operations the British could be finding themselves, having the ability to be able to lift 7,000 in a strategic and tactical manner would be a sensible force structure. If you know,
because it's an independent brigade group. It's not going to be. It's going to need its own slice of all the stuff that would otherwise be held at corps and division levels and things.
Yes.
Silly question, potentially. We've got our frigate factories up in Scotland.
Yes.
Which can happily, and we can potentially get them to speed up production of Type 30Xs and Type 26, which would be grand. But if you wanted to increase the number of air defense-oriented escorts, would you look to do that at another yard? Would you look to build a third, in inverted commas, factory type thing? Or would you kind of let them be more bespoke ships? Or
I don't think we can. I don't think we can maintain a third factory. I don't think we've got enough production lines to kind of do it. And theoretically, the 80s were going to come from the Type 26 yard.
But
realistically, I would go to probably someone like Camel Lords, and I would see if they could. Harland Wolf are more interesting because they've got a whole lot of wind turbines going through, and they've got the solid support ships. And honestly, I'd like them to concentrate on churning out those because we need those.
And could you turn the fleet solid support ships into something that you could then?
No.
Could you continue that into the?
If you were going to say turn them into tankers or something like that, no. They're solid support ships. That's the design. If you want tankers, you'd build them in another yard.
I was thinking amphibious auxiliaries.
Not really, no. They're not designed for that. Again, they are massive. They've got massive cranes on them, all sorts of systems to allow for rapid supply of stores. Their hulls and everything's been shaped around carrying a massive amount of storage capacity.
Okay.
If you're going to redesign the role, you're going to have to redesign the ship basically for it to work.
Yeah.
And that's one of the problems you have in modern construction. That ships are quite specialized. There aren't really the general. The steam packet ships, the tramp steamers, etc. Those things, the general service merchant vessels, they don't exist really anymore.
Mm.
Sorry to say no quite so quickly then, but it was a case of no, I was just going, no, my design is not able to be easily transferred into things.
No, my only thought was kind of things to support the amphibs, but I guess they kind of would be anyway.
Yeah.
So. Kind of answer my own question.
Yeah, it's if we consider the Bay class, right? They were pretty much all built. And when I say this, all built, they were pretty much all built in the same yard, and outfitted at Govan and these sort of things. They were, they're capable vessels, but again, you would need to build more of them.
Yeah. So you could almost, could you ask Harland and Wolff to basically become your go-to place for your Royal Fleet auxiliaries, but changing the types every so often. So go from Fleet Solid support ships to replacing the Bay class to next idea. Would that work? Do you think? Would that work? Because there must be, because you could end up with a commonality of systems then, which would actually make it easier for crewing. Because if they're all Holland and Wolf ships and they use the same engines and other systems, then you're needing to train your Royal Fleet auxiliary personnel up on less things. Would that work and help?
There's a potentiality for that, but it's going to be fun to try and get it all integrated through. I was currently looking at the yard positions for various things and trying to work out which yards are still able to be, could be activated to build. One of the fun things is that Swan Hunter is still around, but I don't think they have any yards anymore. We have more yard facilities than we actually have. Quite a lot of yard facilities we have are deactivated. So we do have spaces to actually build things, but we just don't have them activated.
I've been to where Swan Hunter used to be, I think it was, and no, it's they filled them in.
Yeah, I know. But
It's just...
it's one of the interesting things. Swan Hunter is still around as a major engineering and naval architecture and design company. And they can actually still provide specialist purpose-built offshore equipment, etc. But they don't have a yard anymore.
No.
Yep. They've got also less than 50 people in the company. I think it's 36 or something. It's a very small number.
I need to inflict psychological pain onto my panel members so it lessens my own.
Go on.
Someone has just called the Confederate Army the greatest fighting force man for man the world has ever known.
So I presume they have been on the same thing as the sheep?
Well, yes, the Confederation Independent Systems was quite impressive, but...
Either that or their mother is their sister and their father is their brother.
So they're going full Habsburg.
We do still have the Bay class, Stringy from Australia. We do still have the Bays. Don't get me started on the rest of it. Just don't.
I apologize for this, but I have to unburden myself of some of the cognito damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
someone who's never heard of a Galalo gap. Never mind.
There are many groups who can make claims to being kind of the best in things. I would not put the Confederates up there.
No, I would say nice way the Romans would rank hard on them, and honestly, the main claim to fame of the legions was their ability to do logistics and standardization, which made them a very efficient army for their time, but doesn't mean they're necessarily deeds. Sometimes sometimes the portrayals of Roman legionaries go from they are super soldiers to they are weak effete pasta eaters, and you sit there and go, A, pasta doesn't come till a long time after the Romans have gone, and B, no, they're not. They're pretty well trained and disciplined soldiers, but they're mostly engineers and builders who do soldiering on the side, and they have a great logistics and standardization system, which means they can be supplied and can turn up in numbers and can keep coming at you.
Yeah. This is the thing with the Romans. It's like, you might beat them once. Will you beat them the fifth time they turn up? Because they will turn up for a fifth time with really well-equipped troops who are all equipped to the level of your kind of tribal chieftains and leaders, but that's their basic level of kind of armor and weaponry, and they can work together, and they have logistics, and they will turn up by the literal 1,000.
Yeah.
And be able to stay there for months on end.
It's kind of like the poor French versus the Royal Navy in the Battle of Trafalgar campaign. They win if they win against Nelson. What have you won? The Western Squadron. That's your prize. Ding ding ding. Let the rounds begin. Sorry, Fox.
It's not even like that, because the Germans regularly beat legions and ran off back into Germany.
Yeah.
The desert tribes were infamous for just wiping out legions, and the Romans wouldn't contest it because they just go through the Sahara.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention the Carpathian tribes regularly beat legions
Yeah.
and live to tell the tale. Never mind the Persians
Yes,
and the Armenians.
No, you could beat the Romans, but they would come back, or they could come back if it was profitable. Because the other thing was, they were prepared to cut their losses and go, "This is costing more than it's making tax-wise."
Yeah.
We ain't doing this.
I'm more talking about stuff like the desert tribes who'd go and sack every city that wasn't Carthage every 50 years during the during the late Republic period. It's like,
Yeah. Carrot 1151. Would a new large mobile dry dock or a new land-based dry dock be best for the RR in the moment? To be honest, there are supposed to be some mobile dry docks built. They've been on our list of things to be built since about 2003. They've said they're going to order them soon. We'll see what happens. A land-based dry dock would be lovely. There was supposed to be a second one built, or rather reconditioned and set up in Portsmouth as part of the Queen Elizabeth project, which wasn't done. That would be really useful for the Royal Navy at the moment. Another dry dock. Working dry docks are at a premium. One of the biggest delays we've had in the Type 45s is because of the keep moving around and keep trying to get things ready for operations and then delaying other things entering service. We've had a massive build-up of need for dry docks, and that's what's delaying them. And when people go, I don't know why this ship is going to take so long to be ready, it's not going to be ready till some point in the next 18 months, 2 years because of maintenance. Why is it taking so long? The answer is dry dock space. Literally, dry dock space.
Are you
That's
telling me?
if you're seeing a ship which has been out of service for X number of thousand days, and you're wondering why, it's going to be parts availability and dry dock space.
Let's face it, you can have fabricated anything you blooming need
Yeah.
in the thousands of days. So it's the dry dock to actually fit stuff.
No, because what happens, and this happened to Daring quite a few times, is every time she was ready to go, she was about to be ready to go out, they suddenly needed to move. They suddenly needed to make another ship ready to go out immediately, which was serviceable and needed spare parts. So they take them off Daring with the idea to order some and then fix those to Daring, and then that takes time and that delayed Daring getting out. And it happened like 24 times. Because every time they try and order, so they have because for quite a long time, Royal Navy logistics has been almost by Treasury fiat, and the same for the British Army and the Air Force, limited to just-in-time logistics. So if it's not a part which regularly goes wrong, they don't necessarily have a stockpile of them to draw from.
So what you're saying is that if the U.S.'s greatest internal enemy is the Heritage Foundation, the U.K.'s is the Treasury.
Yes.
I don't know. Say this. The thing is, the Treasury don't imagine they're bad guys because they're thinking about the economy. They want to do the best financial investment for the UK, and they see costs sitting in warehouses as a cost. They see it as wasted money of parts sitting in warehouses. You and I would see it as redundancy, hopefully. If I've done my job explaining this all to you, and I've successfully made the case, you will hopefully see that as redundancy. But they see it as wasted money, because you've spent money on this part, you're not using it.
Does the part go bad?
No.
Then it's not wasted money.
I was just reading about what happened to the poor Italian battleship Impero, and how that's basically what happened to her, was she lost parts when we damaged her sisters, Littorio, and so she lost her rudder to Littorio, and she lost a load of auxiliary machinery and other stuff to Vittorio Veneto, and they'd moved her and left her kind of stuck, and then when they did get her somewhere, she'd spent ages without dry docking, so her hull needed scraping and lots of stuff doing. And she needed like 3 months in a dry dock, and then there wasn't really space to finish fitting her out in the Trieste, because she'd been moved away from Genoa when they went to war with the French, and they'd got just far enough that they couldn't really bring her back without exposing her to too much danger. It was a sad story.
Yeah. Welcome to... These things repeat themselves. As I keep telling people, history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme.
Also,
humans make the
Blistein.
same decisions.
Also, to Blistein's point, most of the world is doing just-in-time logistics wrong because I think it was Toyota or Honda, one of the major Japanese auto manufacturers. Yes, they would do just-in-time for all the stuff that had a very robust supply chain and could be made quite quickly. Like the supply chain was never going to run out of this part number, but for the stuff that took a while and relied on very specific production windows, they kept stocks of.
Yes.
So they would have it when they needed it.
But if you're basically, if you're an accountant, in terms of some of the accountancy training that's been implemented in the world, I've been told by some accountants this is wrong, but this is a theory which some do accrue to. Basically, they don't believe there's any part that's not a robust logistics supply line for. And the thing is if the custom part is gearing for a destroyer engine or destroyer, system, that's probably going to be a fairly customized part.
Yep.
Or a very low production rate part.
Blistein said Toyota. Yeah, it was Toyota. They're good.
Yeah.
Stafford, so if the Sharnos class are the best of the Kriegsmarine's capital ship, which was their best cruiser? My vote is the Hipper class.
I mean, what are your choices?
Your choices are Hippers or Deutschlands. Or, oh, good lord, the light cruisers. It's basically Hipper by default, but we're talking about something which is a massively inefficient design compared to their counterparts. Massively inefficient.
Can you imagine what somebody like Stanley Goodall or any of the other kind of, or what are the American firm who did a huge amount of the work?
Bethlehem Steel Works?
Well, yeah, Bethlehem Steel or New York Ship. Which one, sorry?
I said Bethlehem, and then you clicked that one in.
No, there was a design company.
BA General Dynamics?
No, in kind of lead up to World War II. Anyway, doesn't matter. But can you imagine what they could have done with the sort of displacement of an Admiral Hipper class of a German heavy cruiser, which was what, like 14,000 tons, give or take, in standard displacement? Can you imagine what they could do with a heavy cruiser if you gave them that much, rather than saying, nope, you've got to stick to 10,000 tons?
Look,
I mean, you can. It's called the Des Moines.
The advantage they had, though, all those people, is they don't have the political committees the Germans are dealing with. Where it doesn't matter how good your idea, what matters is how senior your political patron is in the system. And that's a problem. Design by political committee is not going to produce a good design. It produces lots of good ideas, but you necessarily shouldn't have them all in the same ship, and that's not necessarily until you can understand how to implement them efficiently. And that's what leads to really what could have been a very good ship becoming a very inefficient ship and difficult to run. And that's before we get onto their engines. Which, there is a reason I call German engines, steam turbines, artisanal. It is because operating them is more of an art than a science, because each one has its own unique chemistry. They are like a nuclear reactor, in that way. And that is not a good thing to be like. Nuclear reactors, they have the thing that they are a dense enough power solution that they earn their ability to be unique special creatures that we all treat as though they have a personality because they all have a unique chemistry. Even the ones which are designed to be exactly the same will have a slightly different unique chemistry because of the way the materials go into them. and so will have their own special character. Lovely. Steam boilers and turbine units, especially when you're producing them for, I don't know, a destroyer class, are not supposed to be so individually inclined that even on the same ship you're having troubles with the turbines and boilers having very, very different temperaments and attentions, let alone across the class. To the extent that they actually, even though they're the same class and theoretically are being fitted with the same engines and same systems, they have different part lists.
Yes, but if you give this if you try and supply the steam pressure to this particular turbine at anything that is an even number in centimeters of in kilograms per square centimeter, it will throw a hissy fit. It has to be an odd number. Doesn't matter what the odd number is, it just has to be an odd number. Whereas the other one,
Look, in a
it's in a hissy fit if it's not a multiple of 3. It just has to be a multiple of 3 and you're happy.
You see, the thing is, you're joking about this, but I was actually spent the last putting together that destroyer video. I spent weeks reading through testimony, and that's not far off the reality.
Yep.
Not as far off as anyone would like it to be.
So we use whenever I get to sort of play or set ventilators, I have particular foibles. So certain types of ventilators I will only ever set in odd numbers, and certain ones will only ever be even numbers. And to be honest, it's partly so I can remember which type I've got a person on in terms of the numbering system, so I remember kind of what I'm doing. It's just easier that way. Plus, it looks prettier.
Okay. Aiden Cloak, are OPVs useful at all, or do you need to go up to a Corvette size to be useful? More room for weaponry systems. Also, at what range does a Corvette frigate go from regional to global? It's when they... it's not so much range that they go from regional to global reach. It's when they go from the ability to be able to once to go for global, it's when they can self-deploy. So it's when they have enough crew and enough facilities aboard, ability to carry spare parts and food, as well as the weapon systems, etc., that they can actually deploy regionally outside the region without need for local support. So it's one of the things it's one of the funds I get into is when people start telling me, well, the British ship, it's bigger, but it doesn't carry any more weapons than its French or Italian counterparts. That's incredibly inefficient design. I go, no, that size is mostly space for spare parts and food, as well as fuel. Why? So it can deploy further away.
People on them.
Yeah. And it's that's not a thing. It's like, again, Horizon frigates is one of the videos I'm researching because what I'm thinking about the Horizon program and the arguments between the Type 45s and the Horizon frigates. Literally, when you start looking at them, it comes down to things like, the Type 45 can carry more spare parts. The problem is, though, for the Type 45 is that I do love that the power pack's being put in and all this stuff about, we had to put this power pack in. You sit there and go, yeah, wasn't that didn't the naval architects at the time when you're building it go, you are doing the bare minimum amount of power for these ships to save money rather than putting in any surplus, and you're presuming it's going to be okay, and of course they deploy to the Middle East and you have all sorts of extra systems running, systems which run hot, consume more power to try and cool them and all these things, and suddenly you don't have enough power. So go. Yeah, the naval architects, the naval engineers, everyone was telling you at this time this wasn't sensible because you had no slack in the power supply, and you ignored them all. And what's even fun is this was proven before even the last ships were actually even, or even far enough along the lines that they couldn't have been altered. You could have adapted them. And certainly any follow-on ships could have been built with these modifications in. Anything after 6 certainly could. Probably... Realistically, you had you had proper proof it by the point at which you had number 5 and number 6 at the points at which you could have made modifications. So you could have, if you'd been carrying on building up to 12, you could have had 8 with modifications in them, and you could have done the first 4. You could have gone, well, okay, we're going to keep them in the UK area. We're going to keep them in sort of NATO European waters, in the cooler waters, until we get to their midlife upgrade, and then we'll give them the power boost.
And they'll go in for an early upgrade
Yeah,
as soon as no one's looking.
as soon as I was looking.
And surely that would have been, when they discovered the problems with the first couple of ships, surely that would have been the point to go, oops, we're actually going to order some more.
No, instead,
You know, we said 6.
Instead, they started cancelling them. Yeah. Okay, and Knight 631 for the last question. Samuel B. Roberts, FFG 58, struck the Iranian mine 1988. What kept her from being outright scrapped? National pride.
C.
Music's
USS Cole.
Yeah, in the nicest way. It's rare in peacetime you scrap ships when they're damaged, because unless they are damaged beyond absolute repair, because you then have to, it's a political issue. Whereas if you pay for their repair, it might cost a lot of money, but you're, showing your national pride and capability by putting it back into service, even if it is going to be basically a cranked hull from that point onwards.
It's partly the same reason why the US Navy claimed to have rebuilt the 2 destroyers that were in the dry dock that got completely destroyed at Pearl Harbor.
Mm-hmm.
They basically built new destroyers around a few charred bits, from what I can tell, but kept the hull numbers so they could claim that they got basically everything, except I think it was 2. It was the 2 battleships and 1 ex-battleship, and I think 1 auxiliary that didn't get returned to service.
And Knight, for the Deutschland class, just remember they are basically replacements for pre-dreadnoughts as a sort of Baltic coastal defense ship, which are then are built with capabilities which allow them to be a long-range oceanic raider. But there is a reason why very quickly at the beginning of World War II they stopped being used in that role. But yeah. Anyway. Thank you very much, everyone. Hope you're all well and enjoying life. Thank you to all the panel for being here. Thank you to all the chat for being here. I hope you've enjoyed this. I hope you enjoyed this Sunday night. Thank you for spending your Sunday night with us. And, yeah. I'm going to try and record the videos this week. They're going to be recorded in the evenings. So hopefully they're better from the sunlight perspective. And you might see today, the French destroyer video might be Wednesday. It might be Friday. If I manage to get it all recorded Monday evening, it'll be Wednesday. If I don't, it'll be moved to Friday, because it's going to depend on when it gets recorded and what things get recorded when.
Remember that sheep were not built for racing, no matter what fuel additives you put in their fuel.
Please don't. Please don't. And no sheep were harmed in the making of this video. Take care, everyone. Toodles.